Okay, let me share my screen. Can you see my screen, Ganesh? I need to check in the chat here. Okay, thank you. You can hear me, right? Okay. So this is the our roadmap. This is what we are going to share. Okay. We are going to discuss this 7 days. Okay. Uh, Today is our day one of our job ready business analyst training. So actually, like, I don't know, like in the job description, students are thinking like you have to write code. So there are students are trying to learn Python and some other coding language. So you don't need to write code to become a business analyst. So like it's good to know like some basic coding language, but to start as a BA, you don't need to learn coding. Okay. So, but one thing you need to understand how the software is work. Okay. So today we are going to understand how any software application is built. Okay. So that's what the day one software development basic will understand what is input, process, and output, front end, back end, business rule. There are 7 items. So we'll understand how these things are working. So outcome we are expecting, you should be able to explain software basic. Okay, so we are not going to code. This is from the BA perspective. Okay, then we'll move on to like the basic, like as a BA, main thing you need to write requirement, right? So if you are going to work as a BA, you don't need to write a BRD. I don't know, is this a requirement in a job interview? I don't think so. No one is asking if maybe if you are going to work as a program BA or like generic BA, maybe no one is writing BRDs unless it's a big project. But if it is required, we'll cover from the BRD to the user stories. Okay, so that you know how to write BRDs and you know how to write user stories. So we are going to use a project directly, which is onboarding, and you will learn here stakeholders and how to write BRDs. Okay, so we'll create a BRD and you should be explained how to write BRD. Okay. So next one, when you get requirements, you have to create a different type of diagrams, right? Like what are the diagram? Context diagram, process flow, wireframe. Um, you don't need to learn everything, but as long as you can put your requirements in a diagram format, you should be good. So we'll be covering some diagramming on day 3. So you should be able to answer in your interview. Okay. Day 4, requirement capturing. Okay. So here we learn the software. In order to build the software, what are the main things we required in the first day we learn. So how to capture requirement. So like we are doing a reverse engineering, like, so this should be the first one, how to talk to the stakeholders and how to convert the stakeholder requirements, ideas into requirements. But we are now thinking from the software application perspective, right? So that's why I put this as the first. Okay. So now we know what are the inputs, output, and business role, and how to ask question from the business, how to get those requirements and fit into these sections. Okay, and end of this session, you should be able to convert business idea into requirement. Okay, so now we have the requirement. Next step is to write this requirement into user stories, acceptance criteria, epics, right? Splitting and estimation, So we can write user story on Jira and document on Confluence. Okay, so these are agile related. Next one, so we have the basic, like we know how to build a software, how to write requirements, BRDs and user stories, and now we know how to capture requirements, we know how to make diagrams. So next one, you will be completing the basic after day 5. We can start talking about how to prepare a good resume on day 6, basic structure. So day 7, we'll take some practice some mock interview question. Okay, so that's the format we are going to use. Every day end of this session, like I'll give you 10 questions, multiple choice question, just check our knowledge. Okay, let me go back to the chat and check. Are we good, Ganesh? Any questions so far? Okay, no, thank you. Okay, then let's get started. Okay. So as I mentioned before, so today we are going to understand how any software application is built. Okay, so if you understand today's topic clearly, you will never feel lost when someone talks about front end, back end logic or APIs. So by the end of today, you should be able to explain software like you explain building a house. Okay, so I'm going to use the analogy of building a house while talking this software application. Okay, so as a business analyst, your main job is not coding or your main job is not testing. So what is your main job? So your job is to connect stakeholders like business people and technical people, right? So business, we mention a stakeholder who give the idea, who provide you requirements, right? What to build, like a house owner, like you, the house owner want to build a house, they contact a contractor, right? So like that. So you are the middle person. You are the bridge between the stakeholder who provide you requirements and the actual purpose who is building the application, which is developers or the testers, right? So your main job is connecting to the business and technical people. So business speaks in problems. Business mean who are the stakeholder. So they will tell, okay, the screen is not working. We need a button here. We need upload option. We need a rotate option. We need to, can you make it automate this one, right? Business, because there is a problem that's taking delay, right? Customers are facing problem, right? So the business always speaks in problem. Developers speak in solution. So if you take this one, I need a rotate option, I need a button. So they will come up with a solution. Tester speaks in scenario, like a tester will ask, okay, what is the use case? What is the feature? What is the functionality? Right? So they ask scenario specifically. So there are 3 groups you need to handle, you need to explain, you need to work with, right? So if you don't understand how software works, you cannot translate business need into system requirements, right? Like you cannot explain to tester, you cannot explain to a developer, right? So that's why software basics are mandatory for every BA, okay? So every software in the world works in the same simple way, right? So, okay, just, okay, I think, uh, Okay, I think I have the wrong, uh, this one. Give me a second. I think I have the wrong PPT. Okay, no worries. Okay. Uh, I think I got the wrong this one. Okay, we can use this one. Okay, I will have to type, I'll insert one blank. Okay. Okay. So every software we need to provide input. Okay. And when you provide an input, system will do the process and you can see the output, right? Okay. Okay. So when user gives some data, system does some work on that data and system gives a result. Whether it's banking app or like Amazon or Netflix or small website, this flow never changes. As a BA, always think in this flow. So you have to think what is the input? Input means what the user is providing. Process means what the system has to do, right? How the system work or like what is the processing logic and what we should display to the BA. Okay, so inputs are information that's come into the system, right? Like example, you provide name. So let's say it's a application form. You ask name, date of birth, like your mobile number, email ID. So these are input, right? Like simple terms. You are asking input from the user. Anything the user type selects upload or click or input any button or something. This all input. As a BA, one of your main responsibilities is to identify every input. So if you miss an input, developers cannot build correctly. So and testers cannot test correctly. So missing input is breaking software, right? It's the software will break. So first thing, if you start a project, okay, if you are building application and starting a project, um, get all the input from the business stakeholder. So you cannot ask from, don't ask from the stakeholder, can you give the input, what the system needs. So maybe you can use a simple language. You can ask what fields customer or user need to provide, right? Like maybe whatever the application you are building, you can ask, should we collect name? Should we collect date of birth, mobile number, email ID? So you can use the word fields. But when you're talking to the developers, you can mention fields, but you can tell these are the input user from the user we are going to ask from frontend. Are we clear on this one? So that's the input. Okay. So process or logic means what the system. So next step is process. Here, I'll write here process. Sorry, I missed my slides. Okay, that's okay. So next one, process or logic. So process or logic, what actually, right? What the system does with the input. So we have name, we have this input. What the system has to do. The system may validate the data, apply rules, or do calculations, or make decisions, something like that, right? So business usually explain logic in plain language. BA's job is to convert that into clear system behavior. You don't need to write code, but you must understand what the system should do. So you cannot do not use any technical word when you are talking to the business. You ask. Um, so example, let's say we have a name field. Okay, in the form, so we can ask business. Okay, how long should be this name field is? What is the length of this name field? It's a 20 character, or like a 30 character, 50 character. Do we need to validate? Do we need to, like, should we allow only text alpha, or should we allow alphanumeric? Should we validate, right? So user cannot enter like this in the name field, right? So maybe this is a good idea to enter only, allow only text. So maybe we can call a string. We don't need to tell to business stakeholder this thing. We just need to ask the name field how long it should be. Should we allow text only, right? So these are good questions to ask. You cannot make assumption, you need to ask this question. So these everything where the developers have to, so you can tell, hey, these are the input, okay, for every field. So the name field, we need a validation, limit to the 20 characters, only allow text. Okay, so they will add a validation in the process. Okay, date of birth, okay, only digits, numbers. Okay, email, we need a text field. Okay, 40 characters, 50 characters. So these all processing logic will go to this second section, process. Okay, so next section is, okay, I'll move this one under process. Validation. Okay, so next one, output. So output are what the system returns to the user. So user provide an input, system do this process or logic or do all the validation. So what should be displayed to the user? It can be a message, a screen, an email, or decision. As a BA, always ask what should the user see if it succeed? What should the user see if it is fail, right? So we need to catch for the happy path, right? We have to get the requirement for exception handling, right? All users are not user friendly, right? Like they don't follow like instruction, they don't like to follow, right? So we need to capture this one, how to handle bad request or something like that, right? So if let's say our first one, happy path, everything user is giving 20 character and only they are entering 20, what should be displayed? It's like a happy message, right? Succeed. Okay, success, right? Your name is valid or something like that. So that's, you need to ask that one. Okay, if everything provide correct, what should be displayed on the screen? Yes. So second one, fail. mean the bad request. Okay. If someone is giving what? Okay, error. Something we need to display. Name should be 20 characters. You enter invalid request or something like that. Okay. So these are very important. Like business specifically don't tell what is the input, what is the process, what is the output. This the language. Um, the testers work. So make sure not the testers, not only the testers, the developer mainly, whoever building, right? So inside, when you are talking to the different people, you have to switch your language, use the right terms. So when you're writing your user story, use these terms. But when you're talking to stakeholder, use fields or something, a label or what information or something like that, right? So these are the basic three things you need to get requirement, okay, in application. Okay, so let me insert new one. So next one, so these are the main three. Okay, so we have few other more. Next one, you hear the word frontend. Okay, number 4, frontend. Sometime, okay, sometime you hear this word user interface. Okay, sometime you hear this word user interface. Frontend is what the user sees and interacts with. Forms, button, fields, screens, this is the frontend, right? You can go to any website. You can see that's what the user interact. Think of frontend like the interior design of a house, right? If you see door, like think like a house as an analogy of software. So you see the interior is the front end for a software application. People judge the system based on this one, right? So look good. You always like to visit like a good looking or like a fancy, like it should attract the user, right? So you'll go again and again and do your transaction or whatever reading or anything, right? So we have to have a good front end user interface. As a BA, you don't design beautiful screens, but you must ensure that right fields and actions are present on the front end. Okay. So next one. So you have to learn like how to get a requirement for the front end. Okay, that's what the point. Next one, very important, is backend. So here is the place all the technical thing come behind the scenes. I would say backend is everything the user does not see. So we hide the user. It's like you're inside the wall, the wiring or water supply, like your gas pipeline, right? Your cables. The people who lives in the house, they don't see, but they get everything. How? Because those are hidden. So that's what the backend is. So this is where data is stored, processed, and controlled, like plumbing and wiring in a house, right? So user don't see it, but without it, nothing works. BA must understand backend at a high level to explain requirement correctly. So you don't need to be more technical, but you should explain and you should be able to write user story like APIs or databases. So number 9, so I should put numbers here. So this is the first one. Input is the first one, okay? And process or logic is number 2. Output is number 3. Okay, that's why I'm putting number. Okay, number 4, 5, 6. Business rules. Okay. Business rules decide how the system behaves. Rules come from business, compliance, and policies, right? Like there are different stakeholders. They will provide you these business rules on application. Okay. So if you have a project, if you have an enhancement, think about this whole thing. Okay. Is there, we need to list, capture the input. Is this business, is this a process, logic requirement? Is the output? Do you have information? Is this something related to front end? Is something related to back end? Right? Is this something related business rule? Business rules are like, so example, if age is below 18, is reject. This is a business rule. If credit score is low, manual review. So let's say you are onboarding a customer, or like you are giving a loan. So these are business rules. Business will tell, the stakeholder will tell what rule. So you need to ask this question. Okay. Next one, integration. So it's connected with the backend, but there is a separate section, APIs, like integration. So you can build the API here separately. We have to integrate, right? Most applications don't work alone. They talk to other system, use API, right? For example, like KYC system, credit bureaus, email and SMS service, right? So like let's say you are a bank or you are a loan company, you don't have the credit score information. You don't have the KYC if this customer is a fraud or something. So you need to ask the different vendors, different company, right? So you build the API here. Here you need to integrate with the third-party system, right? Example, KYC systems. I'm not saying every project you need to handle this one, okay? But overall, you have to know. Like if it's a big project, yeah, building from the scratch, um, we have to capture requirement for all areas. But after starting the project, maybe you are working for a backend team, you are applying this one only, you don't have any connection with the front end, right? So, but you should know like these are required to build the software. Okay. So, in the house analogy, think of APIs like water and electricity connection to house, right? You are here, number eight, right? You are doing the wiring, you are doing the plumbing and everything. But it's not mean you get the electricity water, right? You need to connect it to the supply, like the water board or the electricity board. Then only your house will have your electricity or water. That's the integration. Okay. There are two things. One is building the connection. Number seven is integrating to connect into the main one. Okay. The final one, security and permission. Okay. So don't worry about this one right now, but this is existing. So security defines who can do what. Not everyone should see everything. Customers, agents, admins all have different access. This is like keys and locks in a house, right? Like we will give the key to the house owner, right? If you don't have access, you cannot go inside. As a BA, you must ask who can view, who can edit, who can approve, right? Who has the access? Let's say user won't see the upload button until they fill up something like that. That's the business rule. Here, the security is like in the backend agent, some agent only can view, So let's say customer is calling and asking, I need a refund of my NSF fee. Okay, so I don't know if you notice, agent say, okay, I'm gonna put you on hold, right? The person you're talking, the agent, the user does not have access. So he's asking an override from his supervisor. So something like that, right? Um, which user? Okay, so this is also important. Who can view, who can edit, who can approve. Because every software has a different user classes, right? Like who will be providing like refund and reverse. So definitely you need to ask this question if any software is talking about user classes, user permissions, right? Authorization. So we have to ask if there are multiple user classes, who should approve, who can view, what rights read only. So these are valid questions for the business. Okay, so that's the complete view in the software perspective, like what we need to provide to a software to build a software. So let's combine everything. Number one, we learn input. Number two, process. Number three, output. Number four, front end. Number five, backend. Number six, business rules. Number seven, integration. Number eight, security. Okay, so this is the complete picture of any software application. I'm talking, I don't know why is it. Okay, I'm talking about requirement perspective. Okay, so if you understand this structure, you can understand any project. This is what in the interview process, this is what they are looking for. Okay, so in interviews also, company don't expect you to know coding. They expect you to explain software clearly. If you can explain this flow confidently, interviews immediately see BA mindset. Always explain in simple language, not technical jargon. Okay. So I think you should feel confident. So you can practice about, you can read about this in more detail if you don't understand, right? So go to Google, YouTube, see like what are the use cases, right? Like we can apply more detail on. We are going to use onboarding project. When we are talking about the project, you will understand about more example. But if you are curious about this one, just type in the Google, see image, read it, right? So you should be able to explain how software works, talk to developers comfortably, and understand any application at a high level. Okay, so that's it for, I think, for today. So tomorrow we will not talk about this theory thing. We'll apply everything what we learned today to a real onboarding project. Okay, so we'll understand the business problem and create a BRD. So please revise today's concept. Like these are, as I mentioned, like just search in the internet, right? Like read it about more detail on this one so that you will have a clear understanding about tomorrow practical. Okay. Uh, Let me go to the chat. Ganesh, do you have any other questions? So we'll take the quiz quickly. Very good. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, I cannot hear you. Okay, that's okay. Okay, I'll switch back to the question. Okay. Um, the first question is, what is the correct basic flow of any software application? I don't know if you can answer this one. I'll come back and see. First option. Okay, thank you. Uh, is this the first option? Like what we, okay, I'll go back to the slide, right? So this is the order. Input, right? We collect from customer, then system do the validation, and we display something, right? So this is the correct order. Input, process, and output. Okay. So input, process, output. So user provide input, the system process it, and then source the output. Okay. So I'll just quickly discuss, okay, um, because I think your mic is not working, so I'll just discuss it. Question number two, which of the following is an example of an input in a software application? Approval message, error screen, name entered by the user, confirmation email. So you see the user here, right? So this is the right answer. User provide input, the system the input is any information provided by the user, right? So here is a approve, not approval message, not the error message, name entered by the user. So like name or like an email. Okay. Question number three, what does process mean in software development? The screen design, data storage, what the system does with the input, the final result shown to the user. Process refers to the validation, calculation, and logic applied on the input to the input, right? So this one, what is the system does with the input? That's a process. Question number four, which of the following is an output? So output is the result returned by the system after processing input. Email address entered by the user, this input. Loan amount field, no. Approved or rejected message. So this is the right answer, right? So output is the result written by the system after processing input. So next question, what is the front end of a software application? Database and APIs, business rules, what the user sees on the screen, external systems. Front end include forms, buttons, and screens visible to the user, right? So what the user sees on the screen, that's the front end, user interface. These are hidden, right? Number six, what is the backend of a software application? Backend handles the data storage and processing behind the scenes, right? So screen layout, no. Button of fields, no. Database and system business logic, this is the one, right? Number seven, business rules are best described as business rules are defines like approve, reject, or manual review, right? So screen colors, No. Front end, right? Condition that control system behavior. This is the right answer, right? Database table, no. Programming code, no. So this is the right answer. Condition that controls system behavior. Those are the business rules. Number 8, which is an um, example of business rule? Login screen, if age less than 18 rejected, submit button, email text form. So business rules are if then condition that guide system behavior. So right answer, if age 18 less than 18, reject. Right? Is the right answer. Question number 9. What is the purpose of integration? APIs in a system. So integration allows system to exchange data with the external services. So to design screens, to store data, to communicate with other systems, right? Or to write code. So right answer is this one, to communicate with other system. So that's what is the purpose of integration in the system. Last question is, why should a business analyst understand software basic? BA acts as a bridge between business stakeholders and technical teams. Okay, so to write code, to replace developers, to connect business need with the technical team, to design UI screens. So this is the right answer, to connect business needs with the technical teams. Okay, not writing code, not replacing developers, not to design UIs. All right, so that's the end of today. So today, as we discussed, we'll apply everything what we learned today on a real onboarding project. We'll understand the business problem and create a BRD. Okay, so again, review today's concept, input, process, and output very well. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me share my screen. Uh, Ganesh, I'm going to mute your mic, okay? Can you confirm? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so welcome back to our day 2. So today we are going to do something very important. So we are not just learning the theory. So yesterday we covered some theory part. So we are going to write a complete BRD together. So you can watch today, like maybe later on, you can see if you can write this one. Okay. Um, so I will type the BRD on screen and you should follow along. So by the end of today, you will have a real BA document. Okay, so first important thing, yesterday we discussed 7 things. Any software application, we need to make sure get those information. So once we have those information, what we do, like writing a BRD, there is no specific format as long as you business understand and developer and testers understand, you should be good, right? So at least if you don't know how to write, start with the basic structure. Like basic structure mean um, like you can take this one. Like what is the main objective of this project? What are the scope? What are the out of scope? What are the process? If you know the steps and everything, requirements, rules, and if you know the stakeholder, like start with the basic one. Whatever you know, start documenting. So later on, you can refine your document. Okay. So that's what we are going to do today. So we are going to use a use case customer onboarding. So any application, e-commerce or banking, finance, HR application, everywhere, the first step is user onboarding. So user onboarding, we are going to use for our learning today. Okay, so I'm going to use Microsoft Word for this one. Okay, so our goal is very simple. We will understand onboarding. First, we'll understand what is onboarding, uh, what business need, and how to document everything in a business requirement document, which we call as BRD. Okay.
Just give me a second, okay?
Did you say something, Ganesh?
Just give me a second. Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So in the meantime, I'll type.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm here now.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so
So I just wanted to understand, like while writing the BRD, do we need to understand any like is there any specific, not specific format, but the points like on the basis of which we're going to write the BRD? Jay?
yeah, so the main purpose, like if you are in a meeting, like if you are talking to stakeholder, okay, so always try to listen and try to document, right? Like let's say you take notes, right? You took already notes, but where do you document those? The better practice, start a Confluence page or take a Word document and start noting down those one. Well, maybe that's not a complete requirement. Maybe that's a business idea. So we are thinking we already talked to a business. Business is telling um, we are going to create the current state is the onboarding flow is manual onboarding. So we have to give a customer application form, or they are calling us. We are everything entering in a manual. So we need to automate this onboarding, right? This is the business problem. So we understand the business problem. Now, how to document, right? This is the initial column. As a BA, your first job, listen what is the business problem, start a document. So that's what we are going to do. BRD, you may not need to present to your team. So this is for your writing document first point. Like in case if the team need the BRD, you can present the BRD, complete the BRD. But I'm sure for Agile project, you don't need to write a BRD. The Agile project, they need user stories. So what we are doing, we are going to capture the requirement using a BRD. That's the main point. So make it a habit, like any project, small enhancement or like a big project, like you don't need to write BRD or business writing documents. Take a Word document always and write down what information you are getting from the stakeholder. Later on, we can refine. Okay?
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Okay. So that's what we are going to do. So our main focus is find out to answer for this one, right? Like what is the objective? What is our scope? What is the process? What is the requirement? What are the rules, right? So when you have this checklist always, right? Any project, and it's easy to write your user stories.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's continue. Um, so first section in BRD is understanding the business, right? So onboarding means like what is onboarding? Do you know what is onboarding?
Onboarding is like, when any customer, say for example, if XYZ customer is not customer of ICICI Bank, okay, he wants to open a account with the ICICI Bank. So what he will do, he'll fill up the registration form, like whatever the necessary details are there, presented to be presented for ICICI Bank, for just in the like for the process of opening the account, whatever the details that ICICI Bank require, that all the details. Basically, onboarding in the short term, I would say it is like becoming a customer of any XYZ bank, or
Exactly.
like
Yeah,
its
exactly.
process. Yeah.
So yeah, to use that application, we need to register that user. That's right, right? So
Yeah.
that's onboarding. Okay, that's very good. Okay. So first we will write the document overview. Okay, so you don't need to, if you don't need, like I'm not saying follow this one. Just we try to get a, like every time the business expect, like they see, they want to have a, like when you are talking, use a document, share your screen, share your diagram, share your Confluence page, right? So if you don't have anything, so you cannot say, we didn't talk much. You just send me an email. I didn't prepare anything. That's not a good answer, right? So the moment you talk, start a document, write the project name. That's it. Even you don't know the project, this is what I discussed last time, right? You can refine this one. This is not the end of the world. Then no one is expecting perfectly. Then make sure why we are documenting. When you document something, when you share with the stakeholder, when you are discussing, you can get alignment, so you will not miss any requirement. Missing a requirement, it's very difficult mean it's not good. Okay, that's why it's important, maybe the miscommunication. So always try to document what you are speaking. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what we are going to do. Okay, so um, okay, I'll write number. So there is no specific format. You don't need to follow whatever I am doing. You just whatever it works for you, you can use this. But it's good to have a format always. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. So I will write what is the purpose, because this is I have to understand also what is happening. So the purpose, let's quick of this document is to define the business requirements for a customer onboarding application that allows customers to register uh, register digitally and be verified before creating a customer profile. Okay, so something like that, right? Like your user story, you need to write a background always, right? Something. So if you write one time, you can copy and paste. You can just change the sentence wording based on the audience you are going to present. So you want to know what is the purpose, what is the main goal of this one. So that's why we wrote the purpose. Okay, so now we know what is the purpose why we are building. Next one is why business needs onboarding system. Okay, that's we need the justification, right? Why uh, there is already onboarding today, right? So we need to provide that justification. Why business need that onboarding? Okay, so we can tell that's number two. Like I would say, uh, business objective. Okay, you can use any template, Ganesh. Okay, that's not a problem. The main idea, you need to capture the
Yeah.
requirement without missing. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just using numbering so that we don't. So we'll try to write the problem statement. So current statement or like a current state or problem statement, anything fine. Okay, so I'm going to use problem statement. Um, Currently customer on board. We just give some reasons. Okay, manual, manual, and time consuming. You can change the grammar and spelling and everything later on. Okay, so just capture the main idea. So if you show this one after conversation with a stakeholder, they will be very happy with you. Okay, oh, this is really good. He captured this one, right? So you have to have a document to always to discuss. Okay, this is the main job. So what is happening? This is manual, so there is a risk of compliance issues and poor customer. You can ask your operations people like, okay, we can build digitally this one. What what is the benefit? Like what we are trying to prevent here? So there are a lot of risk. There are a lot of fraudster coming, and we are losing customer also because of this one. Okay, so we captured the problem statement today. 2.2 we can write business goals. So what business? The same only we are just try to capture in different topic. Okay, um, goals. Okay, business goals. Maybe I can use a bullet here. Reduce. You can use any use cases, like you can have this template, right? Checklist. Um, Even though you don't have any experience, or if you anyone don't have any experience, they can start. Like if you're worrying where I can do this one, you can start with your online banking. Improve compliance. I'll tell you how to get that one. uh, Improve customer experience. Experience. Okay, so we have purpose, problem statement, business goals. Next one. Now you understand.
If you can just, sorry, Jai, if you can just let me know the compliance in, like what is that exactly? Like, is it referring to the, like say, even the bank is private bank, right? Government should have the authorization over the public money, right? So whatever money that private banking using, okay, although it's a private bank, but still they are using the public money. So just to make sure that they are not uh, misusing that money of public money basically, and that's the reason they do have some regulator on them, right? And then whether that regulation is followed or not, that is what compliance is all about, right?
Not exactly, right? Like it depends on the um, things. Like I'll tell you one simple example. Okay, so we store customer information. Okay, right? So when customers are providing their personal data, right, like a PI data, name, their SIN number, or their bank account number, or other stuff, PI data, right? So we have to have a government has a policy like a data retention, like how long we can save in our database, how long customer can be called, or something like that, right? So these are we have to tell, like that's why when customer are onboarding, you might have seen there is terms and condition, right? So those terms and condition, what should be displayed to customer? We need to get customer, mandatorily customer should agree. We should be sending communication. We are contacting by this time. We are storing your information in our database for 7 years, something like that, right? So there are different compliance perspective, like when you are building an IT application, there will be a risk officers, risk assessment or AML officers, right? So they will be telling, okay, we need to display to customer this one on the front end. Mandatorily, customer should agree, otherwise we cannot onboard them. So those are the compliance issue, right? Like when you are doing manually, let's say we are saying we are getting a verbal confirmation from the customer. We are going to store your information in our database for 7 years. Customer say yes. Is there any proof we customer agree to that one? Do you have a written document? No, right? You got it right, Ganesh? Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, so based on the company, based on the product, based on the application. So different application, there are different government regulations are there, right? Like what are the consumer side we need to inform? Like we need to be company should be transparent, and we cannot tell to customer sign blindly. So we need to provide, we need to inform customer, we need to send a communication, right, electronically or like manually. So those information are missing when you are doing manually, right? It's just verbally talking, or like the paper can be missed any time, right? If you are collecting manually, but digitally it is saved in a database, right? So those are the information.
Got it.
Okay, so now you understood what is the purpose, what is the problem, what is the business goal. So the main, when you start a project, you don't know like the when the business meeting is started, there are so many people will attend the call. So you don't know like who is your right contact to talk, right? So try to find out the stakeholder list. Who is your stakeholders, right? So that's what we are going to find out. Every project, uh, the main thing I would say, find out who is using the application. Example, sorry. Uh, so who is your end user? Are you building a software for your back office internal users? Or are you going to build a software for the front end, customer facing, right? So you need to understand these people, then only you can um, get your answer clarified. Okay, so first there is a business owner. Someone will drive the project. It's not you, not the business owner side, like a senior manager, CEO, VP, or director, or someone will be there. There is a business owner who will give you money to do the project. That's you need to find out who is the owner of this project. Okay, next one, very important, your compliance team, right? Uh, what to display to customer. Com Compliance team. Why I'm typing this one? So your compliance AML team, fraud analyst. There are different type of compliance teams are there. All the IT team, they have a compliance team, uh, risk analyst. I'm just randomly typing this one, okay? But some company, they have a small team for IT. They may not call as a compliance team. They may not call as a risk team. They may not call, you can hear AML team or fraud detection, loss prevention control, or someone, okay? Someone who can tell you what are the regulations of government, right? Like when we are building a software, okay? So those are the stakeholders. Like mainly your question should be how long data should be stored. Like if you are going to collect some customer personal information, right? Like how should be handled? Those are the questions you should direct to these people, right? Like should we store in our database or just we collect? That's it, something like that. Okay. Other people also have this question, but as a BA, you should understand why what they're asking, what is the ask is here. Okay. Okay, so now we talk about the project like onboarding. Okay, so mainly let's go here. So we covered business, sorry, not the stakeholder. So now our main purpose, we are writing our BRD to capture the requirement, right? So the scope of this project,
Yeah.
what we need to build, that's the main idea. Okay, so that's what we are going to write it next, our scope of the project. Okay, so let's write what is the scope of the, so you may ask, isn't it the goal? It's kind of same, but scope has a different meaning. Okay, so let's see what need to build this one. Okay, so we'll include here 4.1, our main scope. I'll write here scope because we have two sections here. One is out of scope and scope. Okay, so our scope is, first we need to build a online customer registration. Okay, we need to, so today you are providing a application manually, so we need to convert into a digital application. So that's the first step, because customer have to provide their information, right? That's a online customer registration. And what we need to do when customer, we need to capture their personal information, right? Details capturing and ID document. So here we can ask compliance what type of ID we should collect, right? Like when it comes to ID, there are different type of ID, right? So AML or compliance can help us to verify those. So we need a form digitally. We need to capture these details. We need to provide option to upload ID document, and what else? Okay, we need to have a KYC verification system. Okay, and what else? Customer provide customer. We need to give us option like button or something or functionality. Customer profile creation, and we need to have a notification system. So let's say successfully onboarded, or like you need a documentation or something, like we need to have a like a message system or emailing system to send this communication to customer. Okay, so these are the basic scope for our project. So now let's discuss the out of um, scope. This one also you need to ask. Okay, you cannot make assumption. You need to ask, is this only for personal onboarding? Because there are business onboarding also there, right? Are we building for the mobile only, or are we building for the web only? Are we building for English only? Or are we building for French only, right? So you need to ask those questions, okay? So here, out of scope, like we are not adding any products here, so there is no transaction. We are not adding any um, transaction this point, only onboarding, no payments and customer support. We are not providing digital customer support, um, and mobile also out of scope. Only we are building the web version. Okay, okay, okay. So next portion, like why BRD is important. You asked me this question beginning of our session, right? Like why we are documenting this one. No one, like in a project, there are multiple stakeholders can come. Like let's say customer service manager can come, and the product manager, like whoever actually in charge for the onboarding team, right? The customer service manager, they will talk about what their agent facing their problem. Okay, customers are shouting, and we are losing the document, we don't have access. So they will talk about their whatever their users facing. The product manager, actual whoever owning the onboarding team, there he will talk about their team, whatever they're facing. So there is like you will get confused also, like what is my requirement, what should I capture? Are we building something for the customer service team, are we building something for the operation team, the back office team, right? So that's why the BRD is the good one to avoid assumptions. So if you document this one, okay, you can show to them, hey. So that's why very important um, to write the assumptions. Okay, so we are 5 point. Let's write the assumptions. So when you write this one, they say, no, no, this is not assumption. This is the actual one. This is scope. So you can bring to scope. Oh, no, this is out of scope. So you can bring here. Customers have, you can ask this question, isn't it like a basic thing? If customer don't have internet access, how they can access, right? But there is a question, the people who don't know how to do internet, right? What they going to do? Are we fully going to migrate? Are we going to keep the manual process also? That's why we are writing here. Yes, we will have the manual process, right? People don't have internet access, people don't know how to do. We are going to continue that one. That question answered when you write this line, right? Otherwise, that's going to be 1 hour conversation, right? Okay. Next one. Uh, Customers can upload valid documents. Okay. Next one. External KYC. Okay, so external KYC system means, let's say we want to check customer credit score before we onboard. We don't want to onboard bad customers, so we have to have a tie-up with credit bureaus. So we will send customer information, and so this is assumption. Like if the KYC systems are not available, we cannot onboard customer. So we need to document that one too. So business rules. So you ask the business rule, right? The compliance team what they provide. So even business rules also, right? Business rules like less than 18 they cannot onboard it. If they are in a collection with other company, right? Like other bank, they borrowed money and they didn't pay. We cannot onboard these people, right? Something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So next key section of BRD, like high level process flow. By this time, like we have enough information. So we'll discuss like how to create diagram. I guess we are going to discuss tomorrow. But today, like when you're writing BRD, like in a meeting, try to ask like, can you walk me through like high level process, like customer journey, I would say, like what is the manual customer journey. Okay, so I'll write here um, number 6. You're going to learn how to create more diagram, but here you are just asking the step. Okay, so that I don't want this one. Number 1, what is happening? Customer enters personal. This is the future flow. System validates input. Number 3, customer uploads ID documents. System performance KYC verification and fraud checks performed. Decision is made and customer is notified of status. These are high level, okay, in the meeting, just capturing. Okay,
When
so
you say
this
fraud checks are performed, what is that exactly?
which one?
Fraud checks are performed.
Okay, so
Number
let's say here you are in your flow, you are going to collect customer ID. Okay, customer email IDs. Okay, so there is a way like customer can steal other people ID, right? Like let's say you are the right person. I steal your ID. I have access to your ID, right? So how do I know? And you are providing your information or like any other fraudster information. How do I know the person on the ID and the person who is submitting the application is the same person? How can we verify that one?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, digitally. If you are doing manually, the person will go to the branch with the ID, right?
Yes.
He's holding the ID. We can collect some other utility document. We can ask more questions. We can collect the SIN number. We can collect the other card, or like we can do this person faceless. We don't know the person, right? So what we do, like we tell, okay, we get the biometrics. Like, okay, we'll tell to customer, example, okay, uh, take your selfie, upload it, right? So we can send to a vendor to verify the person's ID and your selfie you uploaded, right? So those are fraud checks. Okay, that confirmed. Okay, the person who is in the ID and the person's in the selfie, they both are matching, right? Something like that. And let's say you have an email ID or your mobile number you are uploading. So how do we know this email ID or mobile previously not involved any fraud? So we can send to an external vendor. We can ask, hey, we are receiving email ID or mobile number. Can you verify this email ID or mobile number previously involved any fraud, right? So the external vendor can confirm, okay, this email ID is clear. There is no previous fraud. So we are good to go with the onboarding because why we need digitally anyone can apply from everywhere anywhere, right? So we don't know what type of things are coming, so we should have the proper fraud checks.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, so next one, very important. Yesterday our concept, like we learned the what is software application required, right? So I'm going to write the first one is our input. What are the input we need to collect from customers? So that's
the personal details.
yeah. So we need to ask business what input. So we are going to collect name. Just we are writing for the practice only. Date of birth. We can collect
Address,
email. Yeah, address.
contact number.
Yeah, phone number. And ID type and ID number.
Gender.
Yeah, upload. It's like other form, okay, uploaded documents. We are getting more detail. Customer consent, right? We need to get customer consent to send this information and verify it, run through a fraud system or something like that. We need to get customer information. So next one, we need to get customer output. Sorry, not the customer output. We need to define what are the outputs. Sorry, always the word is problem. Okay, outputs. we need to have a onboarding success message. Okay, once customer provided, we need to provide a message and rejection message if they are uploading wrong document, if they are entering wrong data. Yeah, we need to have a rejection message. Okay. What else we can have? Customer ID creation, right? Like once
Yes.
customer is registered, we need to provide like some kind of reference number, account number, or something like customer ID creation. There is no right or wrong answer. You can just have this one ready. Like you can ask developer, or like when you have this section, people will start commenting. So you can write it down. It's not your decision. You are just capturing the detail, right? That's it. Um, so next section, like now you have kind of a high level information, right? So now you are ready to go to your next level, like a user story, like system perspective, right? Like a process, right? Once you have your input and output, what system should do, right? Like what is the process? You need to have that business requirement, I would say, right? So let's write the business requirement here. Which section we are here for? I think we can put 5 here. It's pointing to the same thing only, but different people they need. Mostly the BRD is useful for the business. Okay, for the developers it's useful, but they will more focus on the Jira user story. Okay, but we'll
Yeah.
just capture this one. So the system, from the system perspective, shall allow customers to enter personal data. So your features you are displaying, right? We collect information. System should allow to enter the personal data. So you are thinking, isn't it what we discuss here, somewhere here? But if you don't write it, they don't know what system should do. So it's important you need to write. It's kind of a repeating information, but for the different groups. So mandatory. So when you're defining fields, like some fields are mandatory, some fields are not mandatory, right? So you have to ask business which fields are mandatory, which fields are not mandatory. Okay. So there is a detailed video about front end. You can watch, or you can ask me. I can help. Document upload. System shall allow the document upload. You're just repeating the same thing in the system perspective. Okay. Shall um, perform KYC verification. Um, what else? The system shall notify customers customers of onboarding status. So we have just repeated the same thing, um, high level process flow from here. Okay. So now we can write our requirement. Okay. So like we wrote the happy path here. So we can write like very clear way, like the system shall prevent duplicate applications, right? Like those are more detailed requirements. Okay, so I will say business, you need to ask these questions. Uh, they will tell you, but if you don't ask, these are required for the developers. Okay, like if you don't tell the system going to, they will not put any, definitely the developer will ask, but it's good to have in your list too, right? So the um, how do I call this one? So maybe I'll say These also business requirements. I'll put it here under business requirement only. The system shall prevent duplicate application. So we have to make sure system should not take the duplicates. Um, the system
basically
shall create a customer profile upon approval. System behavior. The system shall allow manual review for high risk cases. Okay, so here based on this one, we are just giving more features and functionality, what should be done. Okay, okay. So now the next section is business rules. So this is provided by the compliance team. You are asking what the compliance team will do, right? So these are the business rules compliance team can help us. Number 6. Now it's going to, I'll keep like this. Okay, I'll insert this one. So write simple, customer must be 18 years or older. Okay, and what else? ID should be valid. Document must not be expired and failed KYC results in rejection. So we cannot make assumption. You need to write it. Then only the developer can code. High risk cases require manual review. Customer consent is mandatory. So if they don't provide consent, we cannot run this one. So one more thing we need to capture, like security. Who will have what access, right? Yesterday we learned number 7 we can put security and access. Customer can submit applications. Agents can review applications. Admin users can manage system access. Okay, so the next section is for us. At this point, like our beard is completed. Okay, but we can write like success criteria. Like I think, what is the benefit of this one? We captured somewhere here, right? Reduce onboarding time, uh, manual error, compliance requirements met, improved customer experience. Okay, I can type this one also. Success criteria. Okay, success criteria. Reduce onboarding time and fewer manual errors, compliance requirements met, improved customer experience. Okay, so our
Yeah.
BRD is completed now. Okay, so like any project, any small enhancement. So if you don't need to capture everything. At least like you have this skeleton, like a checklist, and see what information you can get from that call. Okay, so you can start filling up this one. So writing a BRD, you don't need to complete within 1 hour, 1 day, or like a 2 day. It's a working document. So you don't need to, if you're like a latest project, you don't need to submit BRDs. I don't know, like that's the case like if you are going to work on like agile project. So but it's always good to have anything in case if someone is asking, you can present this one.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, so that's it for today. Like let's answer, let me cross check here. I have something. Okay, BRD we talked about, customer onboarding, business problem, stakeholders, misunderstanding, rework, structure. Okay, high level onboarding flow, inputs and outputs. That's what the business requirements. We talk about business rules, security and access, and success criteria. Okay, okay, all right. Okay, so now we'll take a small quiz like yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, you can, if you know the answer, you can tell Ganesh. Okay.
Yeah. What is the main purpose of BRD to define business needs and expectations?
Okay, I'll just read the question quickly, maybe
Yeah.
for the other user. So, what is the main purpose of BRD? The right answer is to define business need and explanation. So a BRD explain what the business wants and why, not technical
Yeah.
details. Okay, that's very important. The second question: which activity is part of customer onboarding?
Collecting customer details.
Exactly, that's the right answer, right? So onboarding focus on registering and verifying a new customer. Okay. So question number three, who is responsible for gather requirements from stakeholders from this
Business analyst.
business analyst, right? Business analyst
Yeah.
acts as a bridge between business and IT teams. So number four, which of the following is a business stakeholder?
Compliance team.
Yes, that's right. So the stakeholders are people or teams who have an interest in the system. Okay. Question number five. Which section define what is included and excluded from the project?
Scope.
Exactly, that's right. Scope clearly defines project boundaries and prevents scope
Yeah.
creep. Okay. Question number six. Which statement is correct business requirement?
The system shall allow customer registration.
That's right. So business requirements focus on what the system should do, not how it is
Yeah.
built. Okay. Question number seven. Which of the following is a business rule?
Yeah, the first one must be 18-year older.
That's right. Okay. So business rule come from policies and regulations. Okay. Question number eight. Which item is an input in the onboarding system?
Maybe a customer name.
That's right. Customer name is the input. Customer is providing, and it's kind of a tricky
ID.
question.
Yeah.
There are
Yeah.
customer ID also there, but here we will go with inputs
Customer name.
are
Yeah.
the, yeah. So input are the information provided to the system. Okay. Question number nine. Which item is an input of the onboarding system?
Approval or rejection status.
Yeah, approval or rejection status. That's right. So outputs are results produced by the system after processing input. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is a BRD important?
The second one, it avoids misunderstanding and rework.
That's right. Here, BRD ensure everyone has the same understanding of business because there are so many sections we repeated. You so right. So we are covering for all the business group, right? Like assumptions, high level process flow. If you misunderstood, they will correct. No, no, no. This is what we need. These are the input. So you clearly displayed here. These are the output. These are the requirement. These are the rules, right? These are the people can have access. Other than what you need, right? Here you have a justification why you are building this one, right? So you have so much information, like how many page we have? Only 4 page, right? Like um, yeah, so you can have this topic, like you can have a template. I can send it to you, this one, okay, end of the session.
Yeah.
And you can remove like any project when you go, you can ask, hey, can you walk me through the high level process? So you can list down, right? Can you tell me what input we should collect? So if you are not collecting input, let's say you are working on the backend, just put not applicable. That's it, okay? Just put one section. Backend requirement. So output, business requirement. So maybe you don't get a business requirement, so you just keep it there. Business rule if it doesn't have anything. All right.
Yeah, just for reconfirmation, the inputs and the outputs, we will have to understand it from business, the stakeholders, or like
Everything you need to ask from them. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So how you can ask the right question, that's why the domain experience come. Let's say you are building a capital market product, okay? Capital market. So if you are not asking the right question, okay, hey, um, I don't know the actual process, like example, like how customers should register to buy shares from the share market, okay? Like what information do we need to collect the banking? So you need to talk the customer language, right? So that's why the product knowledge is very important.
Correct, correct.
Yeah, otherwise they will not cooperate with you, right? Like they think you don't know. They will think you don't know the business analysis. They will not think so. So that's why if you want to work in a capital market product, you need to know the product, right? You need to at least one time you have used, or like you need to know end to end, right? Like okay, what information do we need customer, how much money they investing, how much money they want to return percentage or something like that. You need to speak to their language in order to collect this one.
Correct. I got it.
Okay. I think we are covered for today. So tomorrow we'll talk about different diagrams. Okay. So let me see.
Yeah.
That's what we have our Excel sheet. Let's see what is coming. Okay, so we covered software basic yesterday, this all. So today we talk about the onboarding and the PRD. So tomorrow we will, like, once we have this, we'll use our BRD as the document. Okay. So based on this BRD, how we can provide like different type of diagrams, right? Like this ask in the interviews also. So our main expectation to explain to the interviewer, okay, given any requirement, I can create some basic diagrams for the explanation. Okay, so then we'll continue the requirement capturing from this one, and then day 5 will create user story. Then we are done. Okay.
Sure. Okay. So if it is possible, can you please share the yesterday's plus today's document with me on the email?
Yesterday the PPT.
The inputs. Yeah. Is it possible?
Yeah, okay. I don't know whether I saved or not, but I'll try to see. I will have some note. Okay.
Okay, but at least if not the yesterday's, at least of today's
Yeah,
document.
yeah, this one, yeah, I have this word. I think I might have yesterday one, but I'll share the BRD today what we created. Okay.
Sure. No worries.
Okay, thank you, Ganesh. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And like it is a small request from my side.
Yeah.
Like once we're done with the all these 7 days,
Yeah.
is it possible to give me the theoretical the project explanation of your current company project? Is it possible, like what you're exactly doing in the current company and the project you're working on?
Uh, I can I cannot give you more information, right? Like this is the one of the project I work. So the example I am using, previously I worked on this project. That's why I'm explaining
Okay.
this one.
Okay, no
This is
worries.
how
I
we
got
work. So I used to work for onboarding and lending products, forex like international remittance.
it. Okay.
Yeah, money remitting, international remittance, forex, like treasury market, like Nostro, Vasto, like dealings, those kind of like any.
I got it.
Yeah, you can say any kind of banking product. I worked. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. No
maybe.
worries. I got it.
Yeah, I don't have like I might miss fewer product, but almost all the banking product I worked on.
Okay. I
Okay.
got it.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you so much for today's session.
Okay.
We will meet tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ganesh. Okay. Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Bye.
Okay. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, I can see.
You can see my screen, right? Okay. Okay. So, welcome to day 3. Yesterday we wrote a complete BRD live, right? So today we'll visualize that BRD using diagrams. Let me go to uh, the roadmap we are using. So we covered day first software basic, and yesterday we covered on one example project, and we wrote a BRD. So next we are going to cover BA diagram. So especially in the interview, they will ask like, what are the tools you use for creating your diagrams? So they will ask some basic diagramming, like you don't need to draw, but you can explain them. These are the diagrams you are using or you used for your projects. Okay, so that's what we are going to continue same onboarding example, and we are going to discuss basic diagrams, and we are going to prepare some diagram. Like nowadays it's very easy with the tools available. You don't need to create from scratch. There are templates available. You can just plug in and you can modify. Okay, so the aim is to uh, answer the question in the interview about diagramming. That's our main focus today. Okay, so let's continue. In real project, people don't like long documents. They understand diagram faster. Even we are all human visual thinkers, right? Today, you will learn that diagram to use when to use it and why. Okay. So by the end of today, you will know which diagrams a business analyst must prepare, when to use each diagram. There are so many type of diagrams. So the main focus is like when to use and how to use, what is the advantage or benefit of that diagram using, and how diagram help business developers and testers. These diagrams are frequently asked in interviews, definitely. So as a BA, your job is clarity, right? So your job is you have to explain to developers what to build, right? Text can be misunderstood, and diagrams reduce confusion. Advantage of diagram, easy for non-technical people. Most of the time, like the stakeholders are non-technical people. Uh, After you capture your write your user story, or before you write this story, I recommend you to prepare a diagram, any basic kind of diagram, So that will help all the stakeholder understand the flow. Faster discussion, fewer misunderstanding, better development and testing. So that's why diagrams are critical in BA work. So there are many diagram types. Okay. Um, but as a beginner BA, you must master at least three, like this core diagram, like context diagram, process flows, wireframe, BPM, and others. Okay, so today you will learn, you will see all in action, so you will get a better idea how to create them. Okay, so what is a context diagram? First diagram, this is what we are going to talk about. This is the largest level diagram. Like it answers only one question: who interacts with the system? It does not show the step or logic. It only shows the system boundaries. Okay, I'm going to use Miro. So this is free tool. This is what like for diagramming companies use sometime Visio. That is, it's come with Microsoft package. Visio, I think Visio is not free. It works same only, or you can use even PPT or Word. Any Microsoft application has, you can just go to insert and go to shape, and you can example if you want to draw something. I'll just show you simply. You don't need to have a fancy tool. Um, you can start from here. So go to shapes and you can insert. You have basic shapes here. You can do the start, and then you can have a shape here, step diagram, and you can take a arrow, right? Any Microsoft package, you can use this one, right? So without without going any, so this is the basic arrow. So these three I now you can just multiply and you can draw a basic diagram. Okay. Otherwise, there are online version is available. I'm not sure if those are allowed in company. Draw.io is there. The previous videos I was using. Otherwise, Miro is available. So the companies are using Miro. We do use also in our project Miro. This is also free. Today, for the demonstration purpose, I am going to use this software. You can log in with your Gmail account or any account you have. You can log in with that. You can create the account. So I'm going to use, click this create a board, uh, create a team board. So let's create a temp. I'm going to skip the template here. So I'm going to name it BA diagrams. Okay, so that's the title I'm going to use. I'm gonna delete this one. Okay, so we were talking about context diagram, right? That's what we started first. We are talking about context diagram. The context diagram shows system boundaries, who interact with the system. Okay, I'll show you one sample. So there is an option here. You can go to templates, right? So you can type context. So you see, the in middle over somewhere there is a system. Like there are. Okay, let's take this one. Which one is good? Okay, let's use this template. I'll show you. Okay, let's make it a little bigger. So they're showing example. In middle, your flow is there. So our case, this is the onboarding, right? So here we have our onboarding. Let's say you are um, working for capital market product or like an insurance domain. Like that's the main one here, right? We try to help the business with this diagram. Who interacts with the system. It does not show the step or logic. It only shows the system boundaries. So at the beginning of the project, when do you use this context diagram? At the beginning of the project, when explaining system scope, when onboarding new team members. The advantage, because this is very simple, everyone understand it, clearly show the system boundaries. This is usually the first diagram a BA creates. Okay, so here our case we can in the center draw a box or like a circle, or it doesn't matter what you draw. Okay, so we have our onboarding system, right? Here I just they have the airport example, right? For us we have customer interact with KYC, just turning into our use case. Okay, and email or SMS service. Okay, and admin or something. Okay, we don't need this all, we can delete. We don't want this one. Okay, let it be there, this word. So here, let me make small. So this is, we don't need this guy also. Okay, so this is our context diagram. Like we have the onboarding system. So with the system, user, customer interacting, internal, external system KYC is there, and we need to have an email service, send the notification to customer. We have admin or backend here, our bank employees using also, because if the KYC system saying the scores are not good, there is a manual review, so that our backup is users have to interact with this onboarding system, right? It's very clear. Um, you can add data like a text to help the diagram more clear. Okay. That's the first one. So any, like, this won't take much time. Like the moment you talk to a stakeholder, the moment they explain the project, you can just quickly come up and create one small basic diagram. You don't need to have a fancy tool. You can even create using Word or whatever software you're using. Okay.
Yep.
Are we good, Ganesh? Okay. So let's
Yeah, yeah.
move on to the next one. Okay. So next diagram, process flow. So this is the diagram I like. This is what I always create. Process flow give the clear understanding to the all the stakeholder. Okay, so I write the process mapping first. Like I'll sit with the business user. I will ask them, okay, tell me, like, walk me through like how you interact with this flow, right? Like customers are calling, or like you call someone, what you do. So I take notes. Okay, I'll write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like all the step. I'd say process mapping in Excel sheet or like a Word or somewhere. I'll write down all the current state, what the user is doing. After that, I'll start diagramming the process in a diagram. Okay, so this diagram shows step-by-step business process, decision, sequence of actions. Okay, um, when to use this process flow? You can use the process flow after understanding requirements, when logic is involved, when there are decisions, right? Um, okay. The advantage of this one, help developers understand logic, help testers create the test cases, and help BA find missing steps. So this is the most commonly used BA diagram, as I mentioned before. So let's create a onboarding process flow to demonstrate this one. Okay, I'll go to Miro. I'm gonna delete this one. We don't need this one. So I'll go to my templates document. I can type process flow. You don't need to create from scratch, but it's okay to create. I usually create from scratch. So just for the demonstration, bro, on-premise to cloud migration flowchart. I just need a basic one. Okay. Okay, I think I will use a simple one. Okay, let's use this one. Oh, it's asking, it's not free. Okay, so we can, so always we can start with the start, right? Like customer start the application, that's a start. Our first start here. Um, why I'm not able to type this one? Do I need to give anything? Okay, forget about the template. We'll just create from the basic. Okay, so we can start with okay, so this is the start you will have, and I need a step here. Next step is, sorry, I don't need that one, I need this one. So the next step we have steps. So customer enter details, okay, up our process, and next one we need, somewhere is slow, this one, it's not clicking. I don't know, it's not responding, so I need a shape here. Okay, now it's working. So next step is customer upload documents. Okay, next step, let's copy instead of we take validate data. Sorry. Next step, risk check. Okay. Next step, we have a decision. We can put decision here. Approved or rejected. Okay, so we can have that one, and we can have here same like that. You can modify. You can have a good template, and we are notify customer. Okay, then we. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, so you can have something basic diagram. You can use a template. Um, you can add more detail here. Okay, so this is the very important one. Like try to create for your all the projects. This help the testers and developers to understand the flow very well. Okay, so that's all about the process flow diagram. So next one, wireframe. So you heard about wireframe, right? Like wireframes are what shows like what appears on the screen, like field layout, buttons. Wireframe, importantly, like wireframe is not UI design, it's a functional layout. Okay. When to use the wireframe? You use wireframe when screens are involved, when business want to see the form before UI designs. So this wireframe helps avoid rework, confirm required fields, and help testers and developers. Also, wireframe prevent that's not what I expected in a problem, something like that. Okay, I'll show you one example. Let's see, we have. Okay, so there is an example for a banking. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So we have a good example. Let me make big. So you see, um, these are really good example. You see, login page, right? Like a customer enter password, screen by screen. You can see here, right? They have option. These are mockups, right? Login password. These are not actual screens. This kind of mockups, login. And in personal finance made, okay, simple. This is the company name. This is the OTP, like multi-factor authentication screen, um, setting the customer profile. Once they create a password or like register as a customer, and OTP sent and verify the OTP, and they are setting the profile here. You see the basic setting page is here, and the dashboard, customer makes to dashboard. So this is the example of wireframe. Like if you are especially going to work in a front-end application, so these wireframes are very useful to build the pages, any customer transaction. So these are screenshot or like with the designer help you can make if you don't know, but definitely this is a useful one. You can take some screenshot, and with some other tools you can take some mock-up screens, and you can put it in VCO like Miro. You can make this. Okay. So for our case, I don't need to go through this one, right? Like for our case, we will provide some fields like you see. This is matching our onboarding. We'll provide some fields, first name, last name, date of birth, email ID, upload button, um, like our BRD, right? So this is a good example for our project also. Okay. So next one, how diagram connect to the BRD, right? The BRD explain requirements in words, but diagrams explain them visually. Um, so yeah, this together improve understanding. I don't think so. Like you show the diagram and you uh, show the share the BRD, everyone can understand. So this improve the understanding, reduce ambiguity. Like most of the time, developers say the user stories so much ambiguity. Like we don't know what to build. It looks like all the same. So this eliminate their questions, right? So you can show, hey, this is what I have tried to say. Do you have any question? So increase delivery speed, good BA always use both. Okay, so make it a practice. At least create the process mapping to show to the team. Okay, as a BA, you create diagram during the requirement discussion, during refinement session like PBR. Whenever you are explaining the requirement, like have your user story or like BRD ready and with a diagram. So when clarifying doubts, when onboarding new team members, right? So this is useful if someone is joining to your team. Hey, this is the project you are working. Let's say new manager is joining. You already start the project. Can you give me like a brief walkthrough or KT knowledge transfer? And just use this one. So these are will save your time. So diagrams are like living documents. So now, what else we can do? We draw context diagram, process flow, wireframe. So there are other type of diagrams, right? So let me touch base on those also, like BPMN, business process model and notation, right? Like example, I don't know when if I put this one in.
What
Yeah.
what did you say? Like the basic difference between BID and you said BID is for Word documents, and then these diagrams are for pictorial diagrams, right? The requirements we put in the pictorial form. Correct?
Yeah,
So it's easy
exactly.
to understand.
So, like when I will share my experience. Okay, so when I get a requirement, let's say I have to do a small enhancement, like a user need a button to, let's say, what they need. Okay, they need a button to scroll up and scroll down the page. Okay, example. This is just a simple example. Okay, so this is one example only, but how do I tell to the developer, hey, we need a scroll button, or we need a rotate button, or we need a close button there, something like that. But even though it's a small close or whatever the small UI element button, I need to explain who is logging, from where the flow is coming, right? So I'll write, yeah, I'll document, okay, current state, like a future state, like a BR or like a user story, right? And the flow I will write down. But you can explain as much as you can write very detailed, but people will think in pictures, right? So I will go to the site, I'll grab some screenshot, then I will put it in a flow, right? Otherwise, I will use the process flow. I'll say, okay, users log into their personal profile. They go to the credit card application. In the credit card file, they go to their profile. When they click on their picture, they cannot see the full their address. It's because it's a mobile view. It's cutting the postal code or something. So we need to give a scroll up or scroll down bar there so that they can scroll up and see something like that. So we need to first prepare the theory one, writing one, and this pictorial one is very easy for to visualize so that developer can quickly implement the solution. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So you might hear this diagram when someone is asking, okay, so BPMN, when to use this? BPN stands for Business Process Model and Notation. Okay, Business Process Model and Notation. Okay, so this is nothing but I don't know, like we don't create this one. We live with sequence diagram or like a process flow diagram, those kind of diagram. But this um, domain heavy. Let's say there is a mortgage team, um, business team. You are building something for mortgage team. Let's say you are building to upload the customer income statement. Okay, there is no in the current flow, current application. Um, let's say we will talk about the insurance. Okay, so customer want to apply for a claim, and the insurance company is asking, send me your pictures of your accident or something like that. There is no option. You need to provide an upload button there, right? So current business process, like you want to know like how the business or back office are processing the um, their insurance claim, right? This is a good example. You can usually there is a user manual of the business process, entire customer journey. That time they are preparing this BPN document. So BPN, like we can take a look in the here our example we are using, right? There are many examples of you don't need to learn everything, just process flow is more than enough. So you see, BPM and also it's like a process flow BPM. So it's they have business notations. I try to show you BPM and okay, we'll use this one. like handoffs, right? Like you see team A, like event, like the mortgage application or insurance claim received to operations team. Okay, so they check all the documents are there, or this is active customer, or everything they validate and they pass to the adjudicator or like the whoever estimate the insurance policy, right? How much to be given. That's a team B. Okay, so this is coming to the team B. Uh, this guy estimate and because the first team already validated based on the policy, this go to a garage, tie up with the current insurance, these people. So this guy will call the customer, like whoever made the accident, and asking, "Hey, we receive a request from your insurance. Please bring your car to the body shop. Schedule a call or something like that." So task will continue, and the car is repaired, and this is given, something like that. Okay, so business process. So it's very useful if they have this BPM and document. So this is all about like how the handouts are working with between team A, team B, team C, or something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So the
who do we need to prepare all the diagrams at once, or it depends on project? If stakeholders
yeah.
or
So this
developers are saying,
your BA like as a BA just prepare the context diagram, the system one I told you, right? Like okay, which system interact with what system? Like in middle you put a square or circle and put arrows and you see okay that's a context diagram. That's you can prepare. Okay. Next one, the process flow we prepare, right? The based on the your BRD, you can prepare the process flow. These two more than enough for a beginner. Rest everything, yeah, you can hear the wireframes. Those are a designer can make. But if you have some screenshot, you can put it in a, diagram sequence method, right? You can log in, take a screenshot, snapshot. Okay, step one, step two, step three, right? So something show them in a text, sorry, the diagram format. But basically, you can prepare process flow.
so basis on the BRD only we will prepare the diagrams, right?
Yeah, BRD or like if you know without creating the BRD, that's why if you have a product knowledge, right? Like let's say the more insurance example we are talking, right? How the claims are working, you don't need to prepare the BRD. You can just start the diagramming first if you know the flow, if you know the application, right? But otherwise, you can write the requirement, then you can start creating the diagram. Okay.
And then we will be drawing uh, like whatever diagrams as per the requirement that will be based on the current state, right? Sorry, the to be state, future state, right?
Yeah, you can draw the diagram for the current state and you can show this is what happening. Okay. And you can
Okay,
draw the future state. Okay, this is the new solution.
okay,
It's just a
got it.
pictorial format of the requirement.
Mm.
Okay. Um, so the next one, um, it's kind of a method, okay, like a swim lane diagram. You have seen swim lane diagram similar to this one. A process flow divided by roles or teams when multiple teams are involved to show responsibility clearly. Clear ownership, you can show the different system, quite confusion. So example, our use case, customer, and we have operation team, we have complaints team, we have IT team. So that for that case, we can create a swim lane diagram easily, right? Uh, so again, I'm saying as a beginner, you don't need to confuse this all type of diagram. You can just stick onto the context diagram and the process flow diagram. So that when you get more and more complex project and when you get more experience, you can play around, but it's not harming to know everything. Okay, if you hear these are in a interview, so you are not surprised. So like that, right? So let's say system A, system B, this front end, back end, third party vendor system. So customer interacting here, log into your website, the data coming here. So like that. So similarly is like how the each section, each component is working or each team is working. It's the same thing how the data flows. You can use swim lane or process flow. We can include the process flow into a swim lane diagram also. Okay, but it's a different way to prepare. Okay, so next one, you hear the word data flow diagram, DFT. So DFT is nothing but a data flow diagram. So data flow diagrams are um, shows the data moves between system and process. When to use data heavy system, data migration projects, integration projects, technical projects, data flow diagram will be useful when the users are not involved, like all the system like API, database A, database B, those kind of things, right? Advantage, clarify data movement, help identify data sources, destination. So for our example, so let's see if we have a data flow diagram. We can use, okay, it's saying upgrade. Okay, we can use this. Okay. Um, everything. Okay, Miro data flow diagram. Use this template. Okay, so our case we can tell customer data flowing from UI, first UI and backend and external API. And again, the confirmation data goes to the front end, something like that. Okay, so you um, it's okay if we don't need to create. So it's everything is pointing to the same process flow. Okay, so it's a different name, different time, different people, whatever convenient. Different folks are using different diagramming. So these, if you hear the word data flow diagram, don't worry, it's kind of a process flow. Okay, so next one you will hear something UML, right? Use case diagrams are there, like same. I'll just show you. You might hear from. Um, you see, UML diagram, UML component diagram, UML communication diagram. So, what is it actually UML? So, shows system users and what actions they can perform, when to use, requirement discovery, early stage of analysis, right? Simple and useful, good for stakeholder discussion. You can use UML diagram, right? Customer example, our example, customer can register, okay, upload document, check status, where it's like similar to the our context diagram, okay. Activity diagram, like it's also UML diagram, similar to process flow, but more formal. When to use, detailed logic explanation, discussion heavy process, right? Clear control flow, structured decision. And one more, the last diagram, I want to say sequence diagram. Most the developers they like this one. You don't need to create this one. Developers, UML, e-commerce, login sequence. Okay, we use this example. You see, developers like this sequence diagram. Usually, the design also can create, right? How the sequence of the control of the application. First step, customer click login. So it's login, then it's validating the user ID and password, and it's validating in the database, right? It's storing the data, right? Then call I don't know, classes list grade, validate user password match, user login successful. So after validating, it's displaying the message user login successful. Login successful message coming to the, it's kind of a sequence how the controls go through different system. So this is very useful It's like the BAs use the process flow diagram where developers like the sequence diagram. So again, you don't need to prepare. Um, if you don't know, usually the tech folks, they can prepare. They are the one preparing this one. Okay. So one more diagram, you might hear ER diagram. Do you know what is a ER diagram?
No.
Yeah, so ER diagram, they will explain, again, these are technical, um, this diagram to explain a database schema. Okay. Entity relay, ER stand for entity relationship diagram. So I don't see any ER diagram here. It's like say, okay, one database, okay, this is the schema, this is the table, this is what talking, like how the different table or different entity relation one to one or one to many. When they are talking about database relationship, okay, customer table, order table is related to this table, or this the primary key. Anything database related, ER diagrams are useful. Okay. The final diagram I want to talk about customer journey map, right? Customer journey map, it shows the customer experience across touch point. So UX focus project like digital transformation, like any front end related. So the customer journey will be helpful. Like if you are converting from manual to digital, the customer journey mapping is very useful. So this will improve the user experience, identify the pain point. Okay. So in an interview question, the interviewer might ask like, what diagrams do you prepare? Right? So you can say I usually start with a context diagram, then I create the process flow. For the complex process, like I use Swimlane or BPN. For UI related requirements, I prepare wireframes. For integrations, I use sequence or data flow diagram. So this sounds like a professional, right? So you have to know like when to use this diagram. That's the main point. Like basically, if into day-to-day use, I use the process flows. So complex process, I use swim lane diagrams. That's a good one. UI related, you can tell I am using wireframes, but technical project, I use sequence or data flow diagram. Four things we already discussed. Okay, so if you say this one, so they know what you are talking about. So you can simply, even though you don't know, just come to this Miro and just type the template. You can understand basically. Okay, so let's quickly. That's it for today. Tomorrow, what we are talking about. So again, we are going back to the requirement gathering. Okay, so we are what are the different type of how to gather requirement. That's what we are going to talk about tomorrow. Let's go through the questions and answers quickly. Check our knowledge. Okay. Okay. So question number one, which diagram is usually created um, first in BA project? Context diagram, right? That's the one like who interact with the system. Context diagram is created, um, is first understand system boundaries and interactions. What is the main purpose of a context diagram?
System interaction system. Interaction system.
Exactly. You got it. Okay, yeah. Context diagram focus on the external users and system interacting with the application. Okay. Um, when should a BA use a process flow diagram?
Maybe explaining the business steps and decision.
Exactly, you are right. So process flow is diagram is the very important day to day. Any once you have a requirement like a BRD or user story, create a process flow, basic process flow. So sequence of step and decision point. That's a good one. So you create the context diagram, create the process flow. That's it. You don't need to get confused wireframe, BPMN, and everything. Once you have more experience and based on the project, you can change. Okay. So next one, which diagram helps testers create test scenarios?
Wireframe.
What did you say?
Wireframe, right?
Process flow diagram.
Okay,
Yeah,
process
because
flow
the
diagram.
process flow will tell sequence, step, and decision point, right? So this is core one. Like I don't care you don't prepare other diagram. Prepare this one, process flow only. Okay, this will give
Okay.
clarity to everyone. This is the core diagram you should focus on. Okay. So next question: what does a wireframe represent?
Screen layout and required fields.
Exactly. Yeah. So wireframes are structure of the screen, not visual design. Okay, that's a wireframe. When should a BA create a wireframe?
When screens are involved in face meet confirmation.
Yes, that's right. Exactly. You're good. Wireframe help confirm required fields before development start. Okay, so the screens one. Okay. Next question: which diagram helps define system scope clearly?
Scope clearly. Again, it could be a process flow diagram.
Yeah, context diagram. Yeah, context diagram clearly shows what inside and outside the system. Okay. Which statement is true about the BA diagrams?
No, 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 no. The third one, diagrams help reduce misunderstanding.
Exactly. Yeah, diagram visually explain requirements and reduce confusion. Okay. Question number 9. Which diagram is most useful for explaining logic to developers?
Process flow.
Yes, exactly. Process flow diagram clearly show logic and decision path. Okay. Um, Question number 10, last. How do BRD and diagrams work together?
The second option, explain what and diagram explain how.
Yeah,
Process
BRD,
flow.
yeah, BRD,
BRD explain what.
yeah. So text and visual together give complete clarity all step. Even you don't know how to write it right, you can just put the step and ask the stakeholder, hey, is this right, this step? Oh, no, 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 this is the right step, right? They will help you. Once you have the diagram, you can even write the requirement. So main today's your takeaway then is create a context diagram, create a process flow diagram. That's it. These are the two is required.
Okay.
You got it,
Okay.
right?
Getting it.
So yeah, if
Yes.
you're going to work on front end and use the wireframe diagram, these are the three you will take away. Context diagram, process flow diagram, and if the UI user interface front end available, use the screens one, which is the wireframe. Easy, right? Okay. So thank you, Ganesh. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you so much. Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Bye. Okay, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you can see my screen. Uh, okay, so welcome to day 4. So day 1, we studied how software works. Like these are the main items we need to find out answer when we are building a software. Okay, so day 2, we wrote a BRD lab, right? So anything requirement gathering, like as I mentioned before, start with one basic document. We would say it's not on the format of BRD or anything. Start open a Word document or Excel document. Start gathering when you start talking to the stakeholders. So behind the scene, you try to find answers for these items: input, process, and output. These items. Okay. Day 3, and we visualize like once we have a document, kind of high level document, um, how to visualize. Uh, this is very easy to explain requirement to um, testers and developers and even stakeholders what we are building. Okay, that's important. So now, today we are in day 4. This is very important. Today you will learn what details a BA must capture, right? So we should know what question to be asked because most project makes happen when details are missed. So by the end of today, you should clearly know what inputs are, what outputs are, what business roles are, and how to split requirement using story mapping. Okay, so let's assume we get all the information what we need. We need to split the user story or epics into different sprints. Like we need to plan when we are going to deliver in this production, right? So we are going to do story mapping as well today. So this is actually the real BA day-to-day work. Talk to the stakeholder, get ready the BRD or the other requirement document, and preparing the process, preparing the diagrams, and arrange your requirements to split into multiple user story or epics. Okay, so let's get started. So many people think BA work is only documentation. Okay, I'll switch back to this one. So many people they think BA work is like writing user story, which is not. But really, a real BA work is asking the right question. So if you ask the right question only, you can get the right answers, right? So that's the key skill. So if you miss previously, like an input, a system fails, a rule, wrong decision, an output, poor experience. That's why today topic is critical, right? Like we want to make sure um, did we, what we are trying to do here, we want to make sure we have to ask the right question in order to write the user story. So we want to make sure we are getting the right information for the input, and if you get the right rule, and they will build the right wrong software, right? So you have to be more accurate when you are asking the question. Then document this one. Okay. So what actually BA must capture? So as we discussed on first day, these are the important component we need answer. So as a BA, whenever you hear a requirement, your brain should automatically think, oh, what is the input? What is the output? Uh, what rules apply? What can go wrong? This mindset make your job ready. Okay. Um, Number 5, what are inputs, right? Inputs are anything that goes into system. Inputs can come from users, other systems, files, APIs. Okay. Let's take a example of our onboarding as an example. So when I talk to business, I ask like, what information does the customer enter? So you you don't use the word input. You have to this is the way you can ask the business stakeholder, business people, right? What uh, data does user enter, or the customer enter, or client enter? So they say, okay, they have to provide their account number, they have to provide how much money they are transferring or how much money they are depositing, what account they are opening. So business will tell this information. So those are going to be your um, input. Okay. What is mandatory? There are bunch of information customer have to enter there, right? You next question you should ask, what is mandatory there? Let's say we are collecting 5 fields. Out of these 5 fields, what is mandatory there? And what are optional? What comes from another system? Where this coming from, right? Is this coming from credit bureau? Is this coming from a KYC, right? So example, sorry, yeah, you have,
No, no, go ahead, go ahead.
okay. So example, name, email, we can write here example, for the input, name, email, date of birth, phone number, address, ID. Okay, these are and consent. We need to take from the customer. So this list usually comes from screens and forms. So we collect through UI, user interface, this information. Okay. So now let's focus on the output. Output are what comes out from the system. So customer provide this information. Somehow we do a process and we have to display something to the customer, right? So outputs are result. Every input and process must produce some output. So next one, how to identify outputs. So I ask question like, what does the user see after submission? Right? This is how you can ask. What does the user see after some? What message is sent? What record is created? Okay. Like you can tell approved, approval message, rejection message, customer ID, email notification. This one for this one. Okay. So I will just create some example. Approved message, rejection message. So try to capture these two at least, right? If everything entered, what we should display. Sometimes we don't display anything, or maybe we put it in the log, right? If goes wrong, what we should do. So, do we notify customer? It is completed or something like that. Always when you're talking about output, make sure you capture this one. Next one, we'll go to the business rule. Business rules decide how the system behaves. Rules usually come from compliance, policies, risk team. So rules are not option, they must be confirmed. It's mandatory. Okay. So business rules examples, um, like customer must be 18 years old, valid ID, failed KYC rejected, high risk customers sent to a manual review. So these rules directly control and system decisions. Okay, basically, our as a BA, our life is easy. Like in our head, like we have three questions. One is what input we need to collect, but when we are asking from the hey, what information we are collecting from customer or client or user, right? So they will tell. You have to ask, followed by another question, what fields are optional, what fields are mandatory? That's it. Input is covered. And second question, you can, hey, after the, let's assume we customer submit everything correct, what we should show to customer. If they enter wrong information and submit, what we should show to them. That's a fail message. And what rules system should check, what conditions, right? So input, output, and what are the business rule logic we need to implement, right? So why business rules are critical? If business rules are wrong or missing, developers build wrong logic, right? Testers miss scenarios, business get incorrect results. That's why BAs always double check rules. This is very critical. All even input, output, and business rule. These are the three your formula. Like day to day, like any requirement, behind the requirements, either you are collecting input or output or business rule. Okay. Are we clear? Even we discussed 7 items, but these are the three questions always when you receive an email for a requirement, when you have a meeting, JD session, requirement, story mapping, you name it, any kind of format, your head should ask, okay, what's the input, what we collect, where it is coming, right? Is it mandatory or optional? That's it. So your first section is that. That's how you start your BRD. You don't need to have project goal and everything. Just write, immediately open a Word document. Okay, input. These are the input, mandatory, optional. Later on, we can ask further question. This, okay, what we show to customer, that's your output, right? And what are the business rules? Okay. Okay, so let's assume we ask all the question from the business stakeholder. We got this one. Okay, so now we will talk about the story mapping. So these are your technique. This can be asked in interview also. Let's say, how do you plan your user story or epic in a big project, right? So this question you can ask. Like you can just keep the same format when you're answering to interviewer, right? Like I'll find out answers for these seven things, or like input or output and this one, and I'll start immediately drafting the BRD. Then I'll convert those into the diagrams, and I will split the user story or into sprint or like a timeline. Okay, so I'm going to use Miro here also. Um, it's easy. Otherwise, you can use whatever the tool you are familiar with. Okay, we're gonna do story map. Okay, we take the basic story mapping, use pre-built. Okay. So story mapping help us see the big picture, organize the work, break requirements into smaller parts. Think of it like planning a journey. Okay. So for this onboarding example, let's look at the onboarding journey. So customer register, right? That's our first step. And then enter the detail, upload the documents, get verified, receive the decision. Each step become a group up story, right? So you see, you can use the same thing, right? Any project, what is the user persona, right? Like how it looks like our customer, ideal customer, client, insurance client, what is the user persona? Capital market client, what is the user persona? Right? That's the first question you will ask. Then you can have like user activities. So here you see user active set up application, manage transaction, find additional information. User task, interact with application, change setting, manage finances, manage bank product, find bank centers, get analytics, get new bank. So you can have the section. Let's say for onboarding, we can write this one. I can change. Okay, so customer register. Okay, registers. Enter details. Upload. Verified. Okay, decision, and it's kind of our process flow. Okay, notification we don't need. Okay, so these are the main task or activities user going to do. Customer register, enter detail, upload document. Behind the scene, this is not a um, user activity. This is from the system. This is our flow. So you can list your features or functionality together here. Okay. Once you list it, you can categorize which story we are going to take. Let's say these are our all the main epics. These are all like these are the user story we are planning to do based on our requirement example. Okay. So now we have to come up with a deployment date, like when the business stakeholder want to see in production. So this job is primarily dates are like product owner will tell you, or like the project manager will tell you, or like a client always have a date, like they need, okay, by September, by October. So you have to manage your task, right? So when you are planning, um, like your job is display all the user story. You don't need to write all the story at this point, just heading only, right? You can just identify what user story, this blue color, all user stories, right? So you can have everything ready in a bullet format or like a sticky note or something like that. Okay. And your user story you can pull into this one. So let's say MVP, minimum viable product. Like first MVP, like we are doing for the mobile, we are doing for the web version only. Okay, so we'll take 2 sprint. These are the user story we are going to do. Okay, so next we are releasing for the mobile. Here we did for the web, and here we are going to do the mobile version. And let's say this is only one country we are releasing geographically, or we are releasing only for one language. So how do you know? Because you have your all the features are it's ready here, right? You technically you listed everything. Where do you get this one? You have from your BRD, all the features and functionality you have from here. Okay, so yeah, when you have a big project like 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, like big or small, like if you have more than um, 10, 15 user stories, like 5, 10 requirements, you even one requirement, two requirement, you follow the same steps what we discussed, right? Get the BRD, find out the input, output, process, logic, what we need to do, all three, and write it into a Word document we can call as a BRD and do the diagramming. Then after you have the diagramming, do a story mapping, right? Like list everything, visualize. Like even you have a BRD, you have a BA diagram. Now we are going to split into small Jira tasks, right? User stories, so tasks or spikes or whatever. List it. You can do with your technical team. You call your tech lead, call your solution architect, or you don't need to have everyone. Like put a, hey guys, based on the requirement, I put it everything in a story mapping, like a visualized format. Do you guys agree? Can we do this one, right? Like something you can have, okay. Then after that, okay, this is fine. Okay, we can have this one in this release. You can have this one. Okay, you can start writing user story. You can start present to the team and get estimated and ready for the start working. Okay, so that's the path. Like you can follow always the kind of a checklist when you get a requirement. Okay. So as a BA, you split works so team can deliver faster. Right? That's what the agile come, right? You can split by user actions. You can split by business rule. Sometimes we do happy path, right? Like okay, we are not going to validate anything. We just going to collect information. We assume customers are providing right information and system is going to run the business rule and we are going to display only a happy path like a POC, proof of concept. We just see if the flow is working. That can be one epic or one release. So we see how happily this is working. Okay, now we will add more complex. Okay, what will happen if customer didn't enter the right name? What we should, what happen if customer don't upload the ID? what we do. What will happen? The third party did not send the credit score. What will happen? They send the credit score, but the system unable to read the credit score or something. What will happen? The other system is not available. So these are exception handling, right? That's like I would say unhappy path, right? We can add. We just want to have the build the skeleton, and you can top up that you can add more functionality. Okay. Okay, so you can practice like this is what I would say, recommend you, Ganesh. Like take whatever you know. Don't need to go to complex project or scenarios. Okay, take a small one. Uh, Go to every bank site or like insurance, whatever the domain you are planning to work, right? Go to their website and try to log in there. Okay, try to log in and write down those, okay, what information you need to provide. You know what I am talking about, right? So example, when you go to any site, first they will ask like, okay, what is the login, what is the registration, or something like that, right? You got it, right? What I'm asking. So they
Yeah.
will ask you, okay, are you a customer, right? If you are a customer, enter the username, password, or something like that, right? So that's what you can have the user always this one, right? That's you are collecting input, right? You are asking the name or like a set up a profile. You can do, is it easy or difficult? You can do this one, right? You don't need to have a project. That's why I choose the onboarding first, right? So every domain, whatever domain you, the onboarding, customer registration. Yesterday I show you a wireframe. They have all the information here. This is what I banking website wireframe. So you can simply use this one for your even interview also. You see, they have all the screens. I try to make this one bigger. You see, this is what. So try to write a input like a BRD for this. You see, login, you have a screen, right? They asking the account number and they are asking the password or the username. Can you write something? What input, right? The first logic is okay, customer providing account number, customer providing the password. And we have a button here, login button, and we have a forget your password button is there. So how many user story you can write? You can write 2 or 3 user story. One is collecting information and clicking the login. And these are input and behind the scene, the logic. What is the logic? If the customer is existing right customer and show a success message here. Okay, you logged in, hey, welcome or something message, right? Something we show to customer, right? That's the output. Collecting input, output. And this is the alternate path. What will happen if customer don't enter the right account number or password? We have to implement a business rule behind the scene. 3 attempt, lock the password. That's a business rule, right? Lock the password. Do not allow. So you can start writing these things like it's available everything free. Okay, you can use in your interviews also. Just focus only the onboarding. That's it. You don't need more functionality because it's freely available everywhere. This is the flow. Either you ask the customer, you are not a customer. If it is new customer, this what you will ask: first name, last name, this one. Save changes, submit, and you create a profile and send a OTP, right? And verify the customer. You show them, hey, Nicola, welcome back, or welcome, or something. Then you add like more functionality. Okay, you want to buy a product. Okay, insurance. Okay, You have personal detail. What type of insurance? Auto insurance, personal insurance, or something like that. You want to buy capital market product? Okay. Which company, which share you want to buy? This the price. This the closing price, or something like that. First, start with your onboarding. Onboarding, it's very complex. Um, when it's come to multi-factor authentication, push notification, OTPs, and we have so many things we can add. So start practicing this onboarding use case with your domain and try to write BRDs. One sample high level we wrote it and come back to Miro and do a story mapping, right? So tomorrow you are going to learn um, user story writing. So we split the functionality of features in different areas here, right? Like releases, right? So tomorrow we'll start sample user stories and acceptance criteria, and we will learn like how to talk, explain to the developer, okay, get estimation. You're done, right? So only thing is you have to start practicing and try to build a portfolio. Okay. All right. Okay. So let me see if I cover everything. So these are, there is no, again, specific format like how do you want to split the user story. Okay. One method is easy, like this is what we follow. We always do, okay, let's do a happy path. Like let's get the flow works. That's it, right? Do not validate anything. Just collect the information. We assume this is the right detail, and can we go to the end? That's easy, right? So that's happy path, exception handling. Easy. Okay, so that's technique you can use. Also, okay. So day 5 we have user stories and acceptance criteria. Okay, I think I covered everything, and let's do the quiz. Okay. Okay, the question number 1, what is an input in a software application?
System information coming into the system.
Yeah, information. So inputs are data provided by users or client or customer or other system to the application. So this is your starting point, okay? Every project you need to validate, you need to ask this question. Don't use the word input. Like some stakeholder, they know, like you ask what is, sometime some project they use users, some project they use client, customer. Based on the word they are using, you use that word, okay? Client, customer, user. Question number 2, which of the following is an example of an input in an onboarding system?
Input in an onboarding system. Email address.
Email address is there. Yeah, email address is entered by the user, so that it is an input. Okay. Question number 3, what is an output of a system from this?
The result produced by the system.
Yeah, so option A, data entered by user, which is not business policy. This is a logic, no. Result produced by the system, right? That's the right answer. Okay, question number 4. Which of the following is an output in onboarding?
Approval or rejection message.
That's right. Yeah, outputs are results shown or sent by the system after processing. Okay. So what is a business rule here?
Business rule, a system, a rule that contains a control system behavior.
Exactly, yeah. Business rules define how the system should behave in specific situations, scenarios, or use cases. Okay. Question number 6, which is a valid business rule example?
Business rule example, customer must be 18 years old.
18 years older, that's right. Age restriction is a policy based on business decision. Okay. Why are business rules are important for a BA to document?
To ensure correct system decision.
Absolutely right. So business rules drive logic, testing, and compliance. Okay. What is your story mapping mainly used for?
Organizer splitting requirements.
That's right. So story mapping helps visualize the user journey and split work. Question number 9. In story mapping, what usually comes first?
User journey steps.
That's absolutely right. So story mapping start with the user's end-to-end journey. Okay, what we ask from user, what user will see, those kind of information, end-to-end journey. Okay, so last question, what is a good way to split requirements into smaller stories?
Rules and user action.
Exactly, the business rules and user actions. So splitting by user access and rules makes story manageable. Okay, all right, okay. Um, so that's it for today. So we covered basic and BRD, BA diagram. Now you know how to split the requirement, right? So you know how to split this one. So today the outcome able to convert business talk into requirement. So you are splitting the requirement based on this one. So tomorrow we will learn like agile related, right? Like you write user story acceptance criteria, do the splitting and estimation. So we'll use this onboarding. So this is your complete package, complete roadmap. You can practice for 90 days, you can practice for 100 days, 1 day, 7 day. This is what actual BA is going through day to day to every day, right? So yeah, so after you
For day 5?
product backlog refinement, right?
Okay.
Once you have group up user story, like before we pull into a sprint, okay, we need to ask a estimation from the developer and tester, right? A story point, like how much effort we need, right? So that's the PBR, that's the place, that's the meeting. You explain the requirement because these all you and your technical lead and solution architect, you guys are doing, right? The developers and testers don't know what is coming, right? So in the PBR meeting only, you are explaining the requirement to the developer and tester. So that we call as product backlog refinement. So PBR in Agile. Okay, so we'll talk more about PBR and how to write user story tomorrow.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Ganesh. You have a great day.
Thank you so much, Jay.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. Okay, I'm going to share my screen and we can discuss. Ganesh, can you confirm? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome to day 5. Today we focus on writing user stories, acceptance criteria, PBR, product backlog refinement, and story point estimation. Okay, and these are the core skills of any job ready BA, like a day-to-day BA has to do, like listen to the stakeholders, gather requirement from get the ideas from stakeholders and document those and convert those requirement into a pictorial format, like a diagram format, right? And identify the epics and user stories and do the user story mapping. And once you have the user story mapping, features or user story you are going to take which sprint or which release, and you can write user story using Jira. Um, Writing a user story is very easy, I would say, if you understand the requirements. Because if you did that groundwork, like document first in a document like a Word or like a BRD or like a high level document, and you have the diagram and you have the user story mapping, and you can write the user story very easily. Okay, so by the end of today, you will understand what a user story is and write clear acceptance criteria, prepare stories for product backlog refinement, which is PBR, and estimate user stories using story points. Okay, so what is a user story? So user stories describe requirements from the user perspective. They provide clarity for developers and testers and stakeholders. Okay, as a short, simple description of requirement written from the user perspective, it captures the goal and business value, not implementation detail. Like example, you can see always we use like as, which is the user who is using the application. I want what is the goal of that user, so that what is the benefit. This is the format, 3 line only. We don't need to write like essays there, just 3 line. Who does what? If you ask this question, you can find out the answer. Who does what, right? Who is the user? Does, like, what is the user is doing? So that goes in want, right? What? What's the benefit user will get? Okay. This is the basic format. Who does what? And this when you are writing the user story, you have to think like user. So that's why I'm saying the better way, the faster way to become a business analyst, you have to use the software, the application, right? You have to familiar with, like, you cannot think like inside your mind, okay, uh, how can you imagine if you don't see, or like at least draw a picture, like I'm pretty sure there might be already a application available in the market similar to whatever you're planning to build, right? So you can do a prototype, you can do a proof of concept. So that's why it's important. Let's say you are going to build a financial application. So just go and study your competitors, see how their website looks like. If you are going to build a banking app, so just go and take a look at how the other bank application work. If you are going to build HR, payroll, healthcare sector, pretty much there are in the market there are applications available. Just go and take a look how the application looks like, and as a user, how do you try to navigate from one section to another section. See, that will help you, that will give you a clear idea, like how can I think like a user, like what we are trying to build here, all we are trying to address the user pain point. So you need to write the user story from the user perspective. So here you are not a um, technical person, or you are not a business person, you are not a business owner, you are a user. You have to say, I use this application, right? How do you make a complaint, right? Like, let's say you book a hotel and you go to that hotel and something is not working. You call the guest service, right? You dial 100 and call the guest service, say water is not coming, TV is not working, food is not there, or something. How do you say, right? Same like that. You use the application. You have to have application knowledge, right? You don't need to join a company to get the application. There are tons of application free available. Like um, use that application. Now you know what are the pain points. When you click, it's not clicking. Okay, that's one use case. When you move money or deposit, or like when you submit something, it's not submitting, right? So you can get kind of those kind of experience. So always these three format is very important. So it's very easy and clear to everyone to understand. Okay, so this ensure clarity and user value. Okay, so let's take our onboarding user story example. As a customer, as a client, as a user, right? Like whoever the customer want to be the customer, I want to register online. So this is the customer, right? User or customer or client, someone. This is very easy, right? What the customer goal is, I want, right? Like think about the hotel analogy I told you, right? Um, right? I want water. I want TV to be work or something like that, right? So you're telling as a guest, right? I want. Right, that's what you are writing here. So you are a customer of that application. Put yourself on that application, like you are virtually you are traveling on that one tab to another tab. You are navigating. You're traveling, right? So that's why it's we are telling I the customer want here. Okay, I want to register online. What do you want, right? So that what is the benefit of that? So that I can apply without visiting the branch. Are we clear on this one, Ganesh?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so main goal is the user and what the user is trying to do here. Okay, very easy. 3 line only, user story done. Um, what is an acceptance criteria? Do you know what is acceptance criteria?
no.
Okay, so acceptance criteria is like definition of done. I would say definition of done. Let's say um, I give you a task, okay? Let's say I'm saying, okay, um, can you clean this room? Okay, I give you this task, okay, there's a room, I'm saying, clean this room. So inside my mind, like I know what is cleaned mean, like how the room looks like, right? So after you clean, I'll take a look room. Um, then I said, okay, uh, can you clean that area? Like, I think you are missing there, right? I come and check and I said, okay, okay, I can do it. Okay, you are cleaning that. So inside my mind, like I have a, like, what is that completion of task? Definition of that, right? All the task, all the software component we are building, we have a definition of done. Like, what is the acceptance? Okay, this work is completed, right? So we have to define as a business analyst that what is the definition of done of this feature, this user story. Like example, if we take this one, we are telling we need to provide an option to register online, like an online form. But what is the definition of done? How can someone validate this one, right? We have to tell, right? We cannot leave it like that, right? The definition of done for different people, it's different things, right? Like if you leave like this without writing the acceptance criteria, the other person will think, okay, okay, I just need the form only. Like what is here we try to achieve, right? So you have to clearly define that's the acceptance criteria. So acceptance criteria define what needs to happen for the story to be considered completed. It ensures developers and testers understand exactly what to do. So acceptance criteria format as a beginner, right? Like you can write, okay, verify verify that customer can see online form, verify customer can system should allow to enter the name, verify, like you can write that format also, right? Verify that, right? Verify that whatever. So here you are asking register online, verify that customer can register online. Oh, verify that system should allow to register online. Something you can write like that. So the person who is doing the testing, right? Like a developer is building, the tester is testing, right? So he will read your acceptance, verify that customer can register online. Okay. So he will go into the site and like a customer and he try to register himself and see where he will verify, and if it is pass, fail, then he will raise a bug, right? But the easiest format, like if you're confused, okay, there is a format, you can use this format like given, when, then. So you can write um, quickly this given and when you are writing acceptance criteria, and you can try to find the answer. Okay, given mean what is the precondition, right? Our case, um, a valid customer detail. This is what customer has to provide, right? That's a given. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
customer has to provide valid customer detail. When, what the customer is doing. When the user submit the form. So customer provided the name and PI data. When customer submit the submit button, then expected result from this. The application is successfully created, right? So that how you can either you can write verify customer can whatever where's the user story, verify customer can register online. It's like you are leaving more detail, right? Like obviously you can write after that um, test validate customer should be able to provide input user input like name and everything, and verify customer can click the submit button. So you have to add more detail there, right? Like one by one, you need to line by line, you need to add. It's okay. You can. There's no specific. No one is asking you write this format or you write this one. But a standard format, like widely accepted, the given when then this format. Okay, given when then. So here, what is the precondition, right? What is the action? What's the expected result? So, like your hotel analogy, given you cannot ask the room service, can you bring a coffee? But if you are not an active guest in that room, right? That's the precondition. Like, let's say you are outside the hotel, you are calling 100 and asking, hey, can you deliver a coffee for room number 423? No, right? That's doesn't exist, right? Same like that. So given mean you should be qualified, like you are there already, right? Like that. Customer is on that onboarding flow. That's the given precondition. And while there, customer is doing something, and what system should do this one? So I would say this is the input, this is the action happening, logic processing, and this is the system output. You got it, right, Ganesh? Any questions?
Yes, yeah, yeah. No, no.
Okay. So one more sample here. Given valid customer detail, when user submit onboarding form, then application is created. So why acceptance criteria is important? Do you know?
I guess without which, I mean, if you are not writing the acceptance criteria, the story doesn't get complete, and even the developer and the tester, they will not come to know what we are exactly testing or developing.
Uh,
So,
right, yes. So that's create ambiguity, right? Like there, we don't want in a software to assumptions, right? We don't want, right? You should have a clear goal. Okay, hey guys, do this one, validate this one, right? So that's what you are asking. So help developers implement correctly, help testers validate functionality, right? So this is very important. Okay, so you can, that's why like you can start practicing, like go to a capital market application, like you can use the Yahoo Finance or some anything fine. Like click one tab, right? Can you see if you can write a user story for that one, right? Or can you write a acceptance criteria? That's it. So there's no wrong answer. You can just go to Google or you can go to ChatGPT or any other AI, you can validate, hey, did I write this acceptance criteria correctly? Hey, can you recorrect and provide me this one, right? So that's way, like if you write 50 to 100 user story and acceptance criteria, you should be a master of writing, right? So this is not a big thing, right? So you can practice by your own yourself. You don't need to wait for a project or anything. So once the interview comes, you can tell. So it's important is choose one domain, right? If it is capital market, and go. If it is ETF, choose ETF. If it is mutual fund, stock or forex, one or two product, and go to that site and write acceptance criteria for that. Validate this one. Customers see the stock market rate. Validate, like, write 2 3 line. You can self study. You can use AI or like Google or any platform you're using. Just copy and paste your writing and ask, I'm writing a acceptance criteria for this use case. Can you provide your thoughts, or like let me know if it is correct or not, something, right? So that way you are confident, right? So when you go to like when you join the company, like you can take help, like they will not, no one will put you right away to the job, right? So maybe 1 day or 2 day, like you have orientation. You can, if any other fellow BAs are working in the company, you can ping them and ask, hey, like you can just introduce yourself and you can ask, hey, would you mind like take a look your user stories, like would you mind, like, can I come to your PBR, right? Like, how do you PBR? How do you explain the user story to the developer, right? Like, it won't take much time, like maybe your lunchtime or anytime, like you join the call with them and you just fly on the wall, like listen to the call, how he is talking, how he is presenting, and get their Jira board user story. Take a look the user story, how they written, and you already writing the user story, right, by yourself, and you can get an idea, then from there you can take it, right? So okay, all right, okay. So now we'll write this user story in Jira. Before we write, I'll just want to talk about the product backlog refinement. Okay, so what does it mean, this product backlog refinement? It is reviewing stories before development to make sure they are right. Like these all happening, like you are writing BRDs, you are doing your diagramming and talking to the stakeholder managers, you are gathering everything behind the scene, right? But how do you convey, when do you explain to people, when do you explain to your team? So that's the day, that's the meeting we call as product backlog refinement. So let's go to Jira. So you can, yeah.
Just wanted to understand. Say for example, now we'll stick to the example of onboarding only.
Yeah.
Wherein customer is coming and then entering his details, and then he is successfully creating the account. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So like whatever user stories we gonna write for that particular feature to be enhanced, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say for example, there are 20, 20 to 15 user stories are there, okay,
Mm-hmm.
for that particular functionality.
Mm-hmm.
And then as a business analyst in Agile, do we need to write all those user story at once, or before putting it to the developer or testing, like before putting it to the developer team, or like say for example, we are first focusing on the registration page, then we will focus on the login page. So what is the thing, like do we need to concentrate on all the user story at once, or like how do we go about it?
Yeah,
That
that's
was my
good
question.
question. Yeah. That's why, like, first you need to split into we did a user story mapping yesterday, right? So you can
Yeah.
map your user story into like sprint wise or release wise. So you can work with your uh, product owner or the product manager or project manager or someone like who is the business owner of that product, right? So your job, like by yesterday, you have the high level requirement, like features, right? Like you said, okay, registering is one feature for us, right? Registering. Login is one feature, password handling is one feature, right? Validation is one feature, happy path is one feature. Like you list it down in your whatever you are going to use, Excel or VCO, Miro, somewhere you, or Confluence, even Confluence, you list down for this project. These are, because in the BRD we have clear what are the things, like there might be more user story coming, but high level, like epic level, right? Epic level, you can list down those, okay? And you can discuss with your team what are the things can be done for MVP1, minimum viable product. Like let's say business is saying we need this one by February, okay? So now we are in December, right? So let's say, do you know sprint system?
Yes, I do have high knowledge, not like in-depth knowledge.
Okay.
Like we do create a sprint of 2 weeks, okay?
Okay.
Probably,
Okay.
mostly, and then like we try to complete the Jira in sprint only.
Okay. Excellent. That's what exactly the case is. Okay. Let's go to okay, this one. Why it's saying I cannot log in this one? Okay. So this is not the production one, this is the testing one, okay? So as you said, like sprint is like 2 weeks, some company 2 weeks, some company 1 week, some company 3 weeks, okay? But there is a fixed time for a sprint, so you can see the sprint wise there. So this is the backlog. You see there are lot of items, Jira tickets are in this backlog, okay? So in this one, let's say you have two developers and one tester, right? We cannot like the ideally a developer can take two user stories, like 5 days he will work, or 3 days he will work one, and he will hand over that one to tester, and another developer he will come back and he will the other task. So developer, when that's why the estimation PBR is very important, right? They will give a story point. You see, we'll talk about the story point. The user story have a story point, right? So you, as a team, you guys will decide how many user stories you are going to take that within 10 days, right? One sprint is 10 days, like two weeks mean like 10 days only, 10 business days, right? That's the work item. So when you have your mapping, like let's say you have your mapping ready, like you have, you are estimated like we need um, 30 10 user story for login you need 10 user story you need for um, 10 user story for registration, right? And 10 user story for password. So you can list down when you are map. Yesterday I show you, right? Left side you can put the epic, and here you can put the user activities. These are all user stories, right? So you are not going to create everything in one time. Let's say this 10, from this 10 story, here we just, for the first MVP, like first minimum viable product, like first release we need do the happy path only, right? For the happy path, we mean like we are not going to, we think everything is correct, okay? So customer form is required. We are customer form, we are going to give a form um, from the to log in. We are going to give a form for the customer. We are going to ask the input from the customer, and we are going to provide output message, success one, okay? Success message, okay? That's it. These are the three we are going to do. We are not going to handle password, only customer registration, right? These are the three. So here, form, we at least need what we are asking, let's say 10 fields. Maybe we can put it in one user story, um, one user story for the UI. UI mean user interface front end. Okay. And processing. So now this information should be saved in database, right? Database. So we need to store into a database DB that we need one user story, and we need an API from front end to talk to database, right? API implementation. So one user story and one user story for integration. So let's say you build UI separately, store into, not input this one, store data. Store data into DB one user story, implementation of the API one user story, and integration one user story. So we have four user story uh, at least we need here, right? So that this way, like you guys can discuss, you can talk to your technical lead or developer. You are not, how I am telling this one, because even you have experience, no experience, you don't need to come up with like splitting this one or anything. So you have identified the features, you can have a conversation with your team. Hey guys, for we need for February this one. Okay, business just want to see if the flow is working. For the February, let's say every month we have two sprint. So January we have two sprint, right? January we are going to get two sprint, and February we are going to get two sprint. So totally we have four sprint. What are the tasks we can take, right? Like for a developer, we said two user stories, and we have another developer, two user story, four user stories, um, plus we have one tester, right? So here from our list, we can take, okay, one developer solely focus on UI. Okay, so that's one user story. And another user story, these two user story go to the backend developer, he will take care of this one, right? And the front end developer can take the integration also. So this one front end developer, two user story, this one. So this can go into one sprint, four user story, UI creation, integration, two user story, API and the database, one, two user story. So that's, so let's say you are asking your question, or should I prepare everything in one shot, right? So you have 8 hours only working hours, right? So you're pretty much your day going to talk in the meeting, right? Like connecting with people. You need to, for the splitting, you need to connect with the tech lead, and you need to talk to the product owner, and pretty much your day gone, right? Then after you ask this question, and you might have more question, you talk to the business. Pretty much your day gone. Then you are wondering, when do I create this one? So this is the key thing. You first, the moment you know like what you're gonna work, I would recommend you to create the ticket title only, right? The shell story, right? Just pop it up, like click this one and just put, okay, online registration, onboarding form, UI integration, API implementation. So now you know these tickets in the whatever the sprint you guys planning, right? So it is there. So now your job, right? Let's say the sprint does not start like right away. You are middle of the sprint only you are doing, right? You are in the current sprint. This discussion is happening, right? Your job, you have, like, let's say you start this project second day of your current sprint. So you have still 8 days, right? You have 3 days. But if you are on the ninth day, right? The current sprint, and if they are expecting to write this four user story, then you have, this is your priority, right? Don't take any other calls. And like if you cannot do, then you have to say, yeah, it's too tight for me, like I have, my calendar is booked, and I'm not able to complete all the user stories. um, you can talk that one, right? Like you, at least you need half an hour or 1 hour to write one user story, but you are not rushing. You are not simply throwing detail there, right? But by this time, you already have your BRD, but you have to take time and write it this one, okay? But once you get experience, you can write like while you are listening to like expert, like I can write like by the moment I listen I can complete the user story. But you will get there, but I'm just telling you would need to talk to your product owner or someone. You can just say my calendar is full, we have only 1 day, I cannot complete this all. But if the team is okay, like I can already create the shell story, but I'll be working on those. We can pull into sprint, we can complete this one, right? So something like that. It's up to the team, but you cannot take items which is not completed. But that's why you are not alone. It's not your sole responsibility because it's not your problem. You didn't get time, right? You are ready to work, but you don't have time, right? So planning and discussing, it's very important. So your job is you just need to show the story mapping, like how many features, how many needed for this next sprint by this. So now slowly you can build, right? So because you have a clear mapping, that's why it's very important the story mapping. If someone come and asking, hey, Ganesh, what you are doing, like looks like you are very slow, you didn't get it done the job, like what to do or something like that, right? So you can, your job is just pop it, create everything in the backlog, right? Put it in the backlog. You see, these are not completed. I don't know whether I written something. So these are not completed. You can just have the user story title is created, right? You see, like that. So nothing is there. It's just empty user story. You can create this one and have the backlog, and the way team is going to take those, and slowly you can create, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
What are these numbers to the right hand side below the start sprint 8, 5,
Yeah,
4?
we are going to, we call as story point. We are going to talk about
Okay,
those.
okay,
Okay.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
So, you know the backlog, right, in the Jira. So,
Yeah,
yeah, so you can use this plus icon, or you can use here. You know, right? You said how to create this, and you can
right.
here. So there are four type of items, right? One is task, one is bug, story, epic, and do you know what is epic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh, Epic is like kind of a big part of the picture.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah. So yesterday, you see, for the like for us, we have here login is one epic we can take, right? Login,
Yeah.
registration we can take one. So under we can create that one, and you can have your user story under that one. Registration you can keep. Password handling you can take one, right? Like that. Okay. So that's good. You know what is epic, and you do you know what is a task when they take.
Yeah, we break the that epic into the task. Again, say for example, uh, if we are focusing on logging, please, logging is the epic for us. Okay.
Yeah,
So for task, I guess we need to again break that, right? Into the task and then from task to the stories, correct?
no. So what is the difference between task and user story? So task also, it's, so story mean like you know the story format. We need to have acceptance criteria, right?
Mm-hmm.
You will write the acceptance criteria. What is the definition of done for this user story? That's a story. Story is clear for you, right? So you write the story as a user, and given valid format acceptance criteria. So that is going to tested by someone, right? Someone will develop and someone will. But task is something, it's not required for testing. It's just, let's say you need database access, right? So what you are doing, you are creating a task, you are saying I need database access. So then only this will go to the your current sprint. They know this is what you are doing. Okay. So task mean it's just that activity you are doing and you are showing in your board, right? Like let's say you are writing the BRD, right? So you are telling writing the BRD, how the team knows what you're doing. Let's say developer is writing unit test cases. So he need to have a ticket to do that task, right? Like in uh, working world, like everything should be trackable. How is your manager know what you are doing, right? So how your team know what you are doing, right? Let's say you are providing knowledge transfer to another your colleague. So you can create a KT knowledge transfer to this person. So task is not testable. It's not a feature or it's not something activity you are doing during the sprint. You just log a ticket. Let's say the other team, they need your help. Okay. So you are creating a task. Hey, my 20% of time this sprint I'm going to spend to help other mortgage team, something like that. So
Yeah,
you can
but
write, yeah. So yeah,
yeah, but sorry. So, like, how about like what could be the task for login page? Say, for example, we are working on login feature, okay?
yeah. So
And then
task you don't need to create. Whoever wants to create their, like let's say
okay, okay,
developer
yes,
developer need testing. Developer needs some test data. So what the developer will do? Developer can create a task. If they say to create, you ask the detail, right? Okay, can you tell me the detail? You just need to copy and paste, or like you say, hey, we need test data. You can write test data creation for environment 100 or 200, like something like that. So it's just an activity. We don't need a testing, but you are just showing, like let's say someone need access to something, right? Jira access they need, but they are in your team, so they get uh, create a Jira, create a ticket and call the help desk. So the team know you are working on the access, right? You don't have access, right? When the Scrum meeting start, you can they will ask, okay, what happened? Did you get your Jira access? Something like the tasks are onboarding flow, any flow. It doesn't matter. Whatever the activity the people are going to do during that sprint, they create a task. It's not testable. It's not feature or anything.
mm-hmm.
Clear, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Then only you can tell. So next one, you see a bug. Do you know what is a bug?
Yep. So, like, whenever, say, for example, login page is not working,
Mm-hmm.
even the developer has developed something,
Yeah.
and they say that this login functionality is testable. But while when we put down the username and the password, the moment we click on the password, it is not taking me to the another page. So that is what the bug is all about. It should take me to the registration page. I mean, to another page basically. Once I logged into the any account Flipkart, Amazon, I should land myself onto the product categories. But if that the page is not coming right,
Mm-hmm.
so there is a bug. The developer
Yeah.
did not develop the product correctly.
Yeah, you explained very well. So
Yeah.
it's deviate from the expected result. So there is a expected results defined in the acceptance criteria, and the person develop it's something wrong, right? So that's why. So the tester will use this ticket category to log the bug. Okay, that's it. So here it's not showing. There is one more item, spike. Do you know what is a spike?
Mm, no.
So you have to create some type. So spike mean, let's say the developer is the new developer in your team. Okay, he never works on like a let's say he never worked on this backend thing, yeah, creating APIs, storing database. Okay, so but he is just new to the team, but he doesn't know the flow and this detail. He need time, right? Like you start the sprint. So that case, you are not going to take your this user story storing to Dataverse API, right? Because either he can take a task and learn how the existing flow work. Like task mean it doesn't need to test. So what is this thing? Investigating how to create a API, investigating how to store data, onboarding data from front end to back end. he can take a task, right? And he can work on, and after he learn, he try to do it everything in his local, his computer, right? He try to talk to people around and read Confluence page, get some KT, and talk to the senior developer and get information, right? These are tasks.
Yeah.
So spike mean uh, investigation on something, right? Like he can either he can take a task, but this case he's investigating how to do, right? He's not doing a task, right? He's this case more appropriate is to take a spike on something, like investigation on something, right? How they work. So developer usually or testers, if they don't know about even the user story is ready, they will tell, okay, hey Ganesh, we are not clear. Like I know the requirements are clear, but we never worked on this one. The other team worked on, but we need some clarification first. So technical side. So is that okay if we take a spike before we take the user story, right? Because when you pull the user story, you need to complete within that 10 days, right? Otherwise, it will spill over. That's not good for the team, right? So that's why they think they are less confident to take the user story. They will, what they will do, they will do a spike first. So they will create a spike. Once a spike done, okay, they are confident. Like example, taking a small practice, right? If it is not sure, like how do you prepare for an interview? Like I said, right? Like collect all the information and be ready. Then only you go to the actual interview. So preparing for the interview, it's like a spike, right? You are spiking on this one, you are getting information. Now you go and to face the actual one. That's the user story, right? You got it, right?
Okay.
Spike, task, bug. Okay. So user stories,
But we don't have any spike as such in the Jira, right? Because
there
we are
is, there
writing.
is, there is because when I do this config, so here I can add the work type. I'll show you. Uh,
Okay. To the right hand side, it will be, I guess, it will be there in the, if you just, um,
some because this is the free version, right? If you log into the
configure
enterprise,
feeds, if you
yeah,
click on first,
which one?
go to the, click on the right side, like three dots are there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Configure fields,
I don't
first
think.
one.
I don't
Yeah,
think
it
so.
will be here.
These are fields, okay?
Custom fields, click on custom
Not field. It's
fields.
just these are fields, okay? So don't worry. Like when you have your actual like enterprise version, you can see those four, okay? Spike.
Okay.
Yeah, this is free version. Don't worry, okay? When you
Sure.
yeah, when you click this one, it should come. Uh, uh, manage. Okay, that's okay. We don't need to worry about. Okay. All right. Okay. So this is how you will do. Okay. So maybe, I don't know, maybe let's see, we have some samples. Uh, so we can save terms. Okay. So here we have some samples I use for other students. So here you see user story started as a new customer. I want to register. So register by entering my password detail. Okay, so you can have your this basic as a I want, so that this format you can keep it, right? So forget about this one, okay? So now you come to acceptance criteria. So you can write the acceptance criteria simpler way, like plain English. You can write when all required fields are filled. The user click on it. You are writing actually, right? Not given when then you are writing. You are just writing like this. You got it right because you don't know what is the precondition, what is the they're doing. You just write what you need actually. Okay, so here when all fields are filled and user click register button, the data should be saved in the table. A success message, customer registered successfully, should appear. If required fields are missing, the system should display an error message. So you are writing it one by one. Let's say you don't know how to write this user story. Okay. So what do? You write requirements. In the requirement section, you are telling these are the new fields. Okay. Provide these fields to collect first name, last name, email ID, phone number. If customer entered this one, success message. Customer registered successful. Error message field, please fill out this one. So I would recommend you to not to take this route, right? Like a right requirement section, you explain everything here. I would recommend you to go this route, like use this as I want, so that option. But in case if you don't know, like some experienced people, like I don't know, like they're not following this as a acceptance criteria. They just simply write requirements to bullet, okay, provide these fields or something like that. But I don't think so. A new as a new BA, someone is hiring, they don't want this complex or like a unclear requirement. It's up to you, but I would recommend you start the basic like it as a user. Okay, but still you are creating a Jira ticket. User story is a Jira ticket, right? It's like a work item for another person. It should be clear. So here only three lines, right? Who does what? Success criteria. So success criteria, when you're writing the acceptance criteria, you can write like what to
We
expect.
can attach the wireframe here as well, right?
Yeah, yeah, you can attach everything. You can attach here somewhere. It's browse. You can go to the browse. You
Because
can, yeah,
only by going through the user stories and acceptance criteria and requirements,
yeah,
developer will come to know that what he is about to develop. But still, if we give him the the wireframing, the
yeah. So
mockups basically.
usually what I do is I will write a background here. Okay. So what is the current state here? Okay, what's happening today? Okay, and
Okay.
future, you can write it the way you want. Okay, it's not no pressure. So what is happening today? This is manual. Okay, so if you have a diagram somewhere, provide the link or like something like you saved in Confluence and save this one. Future state, what is the flow here? So you can have, or like you remove this one, please refer refer to attach whatever attached or like or something. However, just give a background like what is happening, right? So okay. Are we good on this one, Ganesh?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can, yeah, you can take a sample like you asked me like what a kind of sample. You see like this is one more style like this one requirement. You put first name, this one max include like how the these are field validation, right? Like how to validate the field, what is the length of this one, what it should take, accept all mandatory fields must be email, phone number, so like that. So there is no like standard format given when then. That's what I recommend you, but I don't know how do you want to proceed. But that's easy. Only 5 line. Your user story is done. So this is the example of how to implement user story of API. So these are all recorded, Ganesh. Like there is one video I have, like functional BA 10-hour video, like front end to back end. Like this is what we done. Okay, so gather requirement, writing a user story, and answering some interview questions. So there is another 10-hour video. You can take a look if you want to know. So you don't need to write anything, just you can go ahead and practice that one. Okay, so now let's quickly talk about the story point. What's a story point? So story point comes like a common story point. Let me write down somewhere here. Okay. Um, okay, here. story point is like an estimation. Okay. Uh, Effort, complexity, or risk. Like usually the story point are like these the story points we use 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8 and 30. These are the story points we use. Okay. So 1 and 2, 3. These guys we consider as small. Okay. It's like t-shirt. Okay. T-shirt side. So this guy we tell medium size. 8 we can tell large. Okay. And 13 we can tell extra large. Are we clear on this one, Ganesh? Okay. So these are so this is based on the complexity. Like you can ask once your user story is ready, like you can walk through the user story. You can ask the developer how much and the tester how much work involved. Can you estimate this user story? So they will tell, okay, yeah. Tester will tell, okay, I want 8, and the developer will do 5. So what you will do there? Two people are telling two estimations there. What you will do?
So,
Which
as
one?
a business analyst, I will again, like explain the requirements, okay, and
You already
give them.
explained, yeah, you already explained, but two people are telling two different things.
I
So,
will understand the perspective, their perspective,
yeah,
why it is late, why it is 5 days,
five.
and why it is 8 days. I'll try to
Not
understand.
8 days, these are points. These are not
Okay,
days.
yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry. So I will try to understand the points,
yeah.
why it is 5, why it is 8. Okay.
Mm.
Basis on that, I'll try to have a common call with the developer and tester,
Yeah.
and then on the same understanding, with the common understanding, basically, we'll try to be everyone be on the same points. Like that is why.
Exactly. Absolutely right. So you take the average, let's say 8 and 5, it's kind of 13, right? 7 half is coming. So it's you can ask tester why you're estimating 8. And as you
Yeah.
said, ask him. So he says there are more scenarios, more use case I need to test. So that's why I'm estimating for 8. So that's where then you can go ahead with 8, the highest one, right? So if not, then after you talk, then developer, he is thinking this is more complex. But when you ask this question, developer will explain, no, no, don't worry. I can help you with the data. I can help you with the mock service or something. Okay, then that case, I don't need to test this one. Only I have to test two scenarios. Then we'll go with 5 or something like that. Okay. If there is uh, two different opinion, you can just use your provoking technique. Like ask why you are saying 5 because when other person is saying 3 or if so that way you can just change the user story. Okay. So sometime when you're talking, when you're explaining the user story, they will say, um, we don't know like this point to estimate. So what would you do that time? So they're saying requirements are clear, but at this point, I'm not sure how complex this one. I need to check the code. I cannot estimate. What would you do that time?
I guess we will have to involve some senior, or what we can do is like we will understand the past development developed by that particular developer. Okay, basis on that, I try to give him the more clarification on the explanation. If that is also not working, so obviously the first thing first, I'll try to explain and try to solve everything from my side as a business analyst. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll try to understand everything from the past. If that is also not
No,
working,
no. He said,
obviously.
yeah, developer said he is clear on the requirement, but he is not certain about how complex this one without checking the code. That's what he's saying, right? The developer is saying requirements are clear. It's absolutely fine. The user story you written and diagram you show, everything clear. But he's saying I don't know, like, what is the complexity of this one? Should I go with medium or should I go large or extra large? I don't know what to provide because I need to check the existing code. So that case, what you have to do, Ganesh, what you do, okay, no problem. You can take a spike, right? Like that's why the spike is. You can do a spike, okay? Because spikes does not need any estimation, right? It's just hours, so you can take forever during the sprint, whatever time you want, you can take it, right? So before you pull in the sprint, you can tell, okay, no problem. I'll keep this user story in the next sprint, okay? But if the team agree, you don't need to push. That's not your job, okay? If team agrees, you can keep. If you're not sure, there are two options. If not sure, you take the spike first and you do a proof of concept, like try to do familiar with this one. We can estimate in next meeting because the PBR meeting have weekly, right? Every week, Monday or Tuesday or Saturday. Sorry, the any day, Monday to Friday. You during your work hour, 1 hour, you can book with your team, right? You can book with your team. Already might have booked by the Scrum Master. If not, you can after you join, you can just book the meeting for 1 hour. You can meet every day because sometimes the user stories are not ready. Even not ready, you can just open and just say, I'm while writing, I just want to bring it up your knowledge. This is what it's coming up, right? So here, the estimation you are just saying, you do the spike first and you can estimate. If not, let's say this user story we have to take in this sprint. You are saying you can provide a high level estimation.
Uh, just one doubt,
Yeah,
like say for example, if developer says, okay, we will take the example of registration and login feature itself.
yeah.
Okay, DHL 11 and 12. Okay, and then see obviously by sequence we first do the registration in whichever account, like and then we do the login. Okay, but if developer says that I'm not sure about the registration, how many spike it will take, how many story point it will take, I need to check the coding, the existing coding. And then as a business analyst, you just said me, right? You just explained me that we can always tell them that we can consider this in the next sprint. Okay, so he said about the registration page, and then he's okay to develop the login page. But unless and until we develop the registration page, we will not move to the login page, right? First, we need to develop the registration page, and then we'll move to the login page. So in that case, what we should do? I hope you got my question.
Yeah, yeah. So you are not telling we will move to the next sprint the story. Okay, that's not our job because that product manager, we have a tight deadline. We need to deliver on February, right? So your job is you need to try to get an estimation. He's refusing to give us estimation here. That's our problem, right? So we are handling the technique. What we are saying, okay, my friend, no problem. He can create a task and he can learn by himself, right? He can put it, implement in his computer and see how this flow. It's matter of he is not expertise of that area, right? He need time to tell the right estimation. So you give two answers. Either you take a spike and you come back and estimate in next before the next sprint start, right? Because this week you are talking, right? And next week also we have a PBR. So you just tell, okay, you take a sprint in the current, take a spike in the current sprint and estimate in next sprint. Or like he can investigate and he can tell, okay, never mind, we have one more week before we start the next sprint. I'll bring the same story into the next sprint. Okay, take time whenever you get a chance, take a look in the existing flow and provide estimation on that. Is that fair? Okay, that can be done, right? He can take 1 or 2 days or 1 hour, 2 hour. He can go back and he can learn and he can come back and estimate. If not, you are just forcing him. You are telling him, okay, what we can done, you can do a high level estimation based on your understanding. Let's say 8. Okay, give a high level estimation when you start working, if you feel you are comfortable, okay, this is good, right? Maximum is 13, right? 13 or 8 large size. And if think this is small complexity, we can reduce the story point and we can adjust the story. Let's say he estimated 5, right? When you start working, he's saying, no, there is more complex. Then you can increase to 8. So that can be done. Your job is get the estimation done if the requirement is clear. That's it. Right? So they can take whatever the route on. That's not your problem. But you need to get a story point on your story for the estimation. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that's it for today. Um, and accept as the outcome. Okay, so that's the basic Ganesh. So tomorrow we will come up with like a day 6 resume writing and interview prepare. We'll take it from there. Okay, so but let's take the quiz quickly before we
Yes.
forget. Okay, the first question we have here: what is a user story?
Requirement description from the user perspective.
Yeah, that's right. A user should describe what the user wants and benefit, not technical implementation. Okay, so
Yeah.
which is the correct standard format of user story?
First one, as a user, I want to show that.
Yeah, this format ensures clarity and captures business value. Okay, good. Question number 3: what is acceptance criteria?
Conditions defining when a story is complete.
Right, that's right. Acceptance criteria help developers and testers know when a user story is done. Okay. Question number 4, which of the following is a valid acceptance criteria?
The first one only, given valid details.
Yeah, that's right.
When user story submits,
Yeah.
that one is created.
Yeah, it follows given when then format and is testable. Okay. What does PBR stand for?
Product backlog refinement, the first one.
Yeah, PBR ensure user stories are ready for development. And question number 6, a PBR ready story should have.
The first one again, clear description, acceptance criteria, known business rules.
Yeah, a story must be complete and understandable for development. Okay. What are story points?
Story points like relative measure of effort. No, sorry. The numbers.
Yeah, that's right. Relative measure of effort, complexity, and risk, right? The story point estimate effort, complexity, and uncertainty, not exact hours, okay? Not the hours here, okay? So
Yeah,
we
yeah,
just,
okay.
yeah, it's just like a t-shirt size, medium, large. We say it's like a size, okay? Which sequence of commonly used for story point estimation?
1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13.
Right, Fibonacci sequence is widely used to estimate the relative effort, okay? Question number 9, when assigning story points, which factor should you consider?
Basically, all of the above.
Yeah, story points consider complexity, work, and uncertainty, all of the above. Last question, why is um, oh, why is story point estimation is important of a BA?
Because it helps plan sprint capacity.
That's right. So estimation help priority work and plan sprint and refine backlog. Okay. Okay. So thank you, Ganesh. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Have a good day.
Have a nice
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Do that one.
Yeah.
So okay. So I started the recording. Okay. So we can quickly go through. So welcome to day 6. Till now, you learn how software. You can see my screen, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can.
Software works, how to write BRDs. So first day you learn how software basic, how to write BRDs, third day diagrams, and fourth day um, and fifth day requirement capturing and the user story writing. So today is very important because this is where we convert everything you learn into a job ready resume and interview answers. Okay, many people know BA concept but fail in interviews because they don't know how to explain their project. Today we will fix that. Okay, so by the end of today you should be able to write a proper BA resume, explain your onboarding project. So why I'm asking to follow the onboarding, the customer login is all for across all the application, it's the same only, right? You go to
Yeah, yeah,
banking
yeah.
application, insurance, capital market, you just collect customer input and validate if this customer has a record. If not, then uh, force the customer to create a profile and do the OTP and allow the customer to create the file. Okay, so this is,
Yeah.
you go to domain, it doesn't change. So this is a good one as a beginner we can use. Okay, so I'll explain your onboarding project, how to add to your resume, answer interview question using a project. This is exactly what interviews expect from a fresher BA. Okay, so your resume is not uh, so your resume is not for teaching, like it is for shortlisting. So what will happen, like some candidates, they share everything they know, like use heavy terms like technical terms, business terms. If they worked in a project, if they don't work in a project, like they Google it, they get more terms, and they kind of try to teach the company we're hiring, like, okay, I know this. That's not the case. Employers are looking. So here, main thing you have to remember, your resume is not for teaching, it's for shortlisting. So that's first our target, first shortlisting. That's the primary goal. Recruiters scan a resume in 30 to 60 seconds. So no use you add more technical other words if is not required. So they don't care about theory words. That's very important because recruiters they are trained to scan your resume very quickly. So they care about, has this person worked like a BA? That's the only question.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So even there is no experience, does this person has any like simulation project? Like has this person gone through the actual BA process? It's not the production or like a practical environment, right? Our goal is to show BA thinking clearly, not teaching them.
Yes.
Okay. So a BA resume should always have proportional summary. So it start with the proportional summary. So we should avoid. We'll write end of this discussion. So we never write like, okay, I don't have project experience. I'm a beginner. I will contribute my knowledge best of my ability. So we should avoid that one. So I'll teach you like how to write a professional summary. So that's the
Yeah.
only piece the recruiters reading very quickly, scanning when they saw your resume. They don't go through your 2 3 pages. So professional summary and skills. They see, okay, because for the job they are offering, they have listed some skills required, Jira, Confluence, or some other Lucy chart or some other drawing tool, and user story tracking and document tracking tool. So they want to know whether you should be able to handle those tools, right? So rest everything can learn. So project experience. Why project experience is required here? Let's say I want to hire a driver. Okay, example, just an analogy. Okay, so what I would prefer, like let's say I have a new driver, just got the driving license, and I have a person who is already driving for 1 year. So which one I prefer to hire? You tell me. Which one you would like to hire? The new one or the guy who has experience with 1 year?
The experienced one.
Yes, that's as a human being, right? Like even we pay a little extra, we feel confident, right? Like we feel safe.
Correct.
That's very important, right? So that's what happening in the job market. So like as a candidate side, we think, because it's not fair. We got the degree, sorry. We got the degree. We did all the hard work for studying 4 5 years. We studied, did the master and every certification. But unfortunately, very hard to get a placement in the job market, right? So this is what the employers thinking, their perspective, right? So I don't want, like, what does it mean, like a experienced person and new person? Like, can you explain to me, like?
Experienced person, obviously, he or she will be having the experience of driving the project or any of the work. Okay, if you are talking about the driving, okay, so he will be knowing, he or she will be knowing the routes, okay, the ways, when to apply the brake, when there would be a traffic, etc., etc. Okay, But when it comes to the new one, we will have to train them. Okay, we will have to train them on traffic, the rules. Even we will have to train them about our customer as well. So, and there is also no guarantee that the new guy, even after training him or her, they will stick to us after 1 year or so. So that is the reason company do not invest in the fresher people.
Yeah.
This is what they experience.
Yeah, it's quite
Yeah,
right. Yeah, it's quite right. So think like that. Every person, whoever today in a big position, right, like anyone, CEO, director, VP, everyone started after their college or university, like as a fresher, right? If they didn't get their first opportunity, they will not in the current position. You agree, right? Everyone started as a beginner. Did they have the experience? No, they just finished the college or university and they started. So there is chances that that's the route. Like everyone has to go through. You have to finish your education and you get your first job. So we are talking about getting the first job. So there is no doubt about like everyone is hiring a new person. So what does it mean? Experience mean the new person, the experienced guy do the task and action seamlessly, right? Like example, the new guy also has the license. Like he know how to apply the brake, he know how to drive, he know how to put the indicator, he know how to follow the traffic rule. He might not driven the same way, but he has that kind of skill set. That's why he got the driving license because he has to go through a test, right, to get the driving license. So all person also had the same thing, but the only difference, the experienced person execute the job, right? Like doing all the job seamlessly because it's kind of a habit for him, right? Because he done previously many times, right? So that's the experience people are talking about. So we cannot say it's not fair for the new freshers, new grad, or like if someone want to change the career because they are lacking that execution. They're not like the employers are not looking for like products and experience or any kind of experience. Can you do your job seamlessly without any making any mistakes? So can can the new person train for that? Yes, of course. But what he has to do, he has to drive frequently, right? He doesn't need to be like working in somewhere, like he has to take the car, move and familiar with the difficult roads and wherever he going to drive, like do more driving and do some volunteering also, right? Like try to have something to show to them, right? Okay, you can tell weekend, you go to community center, I will help you seniors travel, like if seniors need, you can post, okay, seniors need help, I can help you weekend like 1 hour. So you add a portfolio to your belt, like you kind of synthetically creating that experience. So people will watch and people will like that. So when you go for your job, you're kind of equal. It's not the number of years you are working or number of projects you are working. You are working in production. It's just a matter. Do you know that? Do you have the right skills, which you are already? Do you have the right idea, which you are? So what is lacking? Execution is lacking. So how you can bring the execution? You don't need to wait for a company to give you a job and do your execution. You can do your execution by yourself and just have some portfolio so that you can show. Okay, so that's very important. That's the project experience. We'll use the example of onboarding project. And next one,
Yeah.
tools and education. Okay, so we don't need to like write long paragraph. We'll keep it simple and clean. Okay, and in the summary, so next one is propositional summary. I just want to quickly touch the propositional summary. In the propositional summary, answer 4 questions. Who are you? Right, I will write here. When you write, I will tell you also who are you. Okay, what is you are doing currently? Which domain? Very important this one. Okay, example, banking. We have many product. Like example, so if you go to insurance, there are many product and service. Capital market, many. So capital market, you are expert in mutual fund. You are expert in ETL. You are expert in um, whatever bonds or like a customer onboarding, whatever. So this first and this one. Okay. What BA skills do you have? Do you have? Okay. And which tools did you use? Okay. So two, three lines enough, not no life story. People will tell when they start from the high school. Okay. So we don't need that one. This is BA summary. This is perfect for a fresher. I'll just tell you, did I put it here? Proposition. Okay, so this is kind of you can use for a entry-level business analyst with banking domain knowledge, right? So it's covered. Who are you, right? Entry level. Your experience level is entry. You have a banking level. You don't need to write fancy essays here, okay? And you're telling hands-on experience in BRD, user stories, acceptance criteria, PBR, and UAT using an onboarding project. It's more than enough. Even though you are new, let's say there are so many startups, so many projects are coming like low budget, right? You wouldn't mind like if you get paid low, but just you will get a production experience, right? So there are so many companies looking for like these people, right? Because they want to train because their budget is low. They want to try it out their service or product what they are building. So they don't need a perfection person. They can learn along the project, so they need these kind of people. There are people giving opportunities to freshers. Okay, so this 1 or 2 line, it's more than enough, but I will write one professional one. I'm just telling here. Okay, so this kind of confident and practical, whoever anyone reading, so only include skills. Next section is skills. Okay. So only include skills you can explain in interviews. Do not like if you go to online or like AI or anywhere, it can list 100 tools. It can list 1,000 tools also, right? You don't need to list all those. That's why I'm saying it's very important what you like to do. Like what you should have a confidence because you are the best judge for yourself, right? So you should have a confidence. It's not you call your friends and ask how did you get a job. You say he's saying, oh, they asked 20 SQL question. I nailed it. I am SQL expert. That's he's sharing from his experience level, right? So you don't need to worry about this one, right? Like reading online, go to LinkedIn or YouTube and talking to friends. It's okay. You can get advice. You can use your knowledge wisely, right? You you have to work with what you have and scale it. You don't need to worry about what you don't have, right? You don't need to worry about what you don't have. You have already gathered some knowledge so far till your life. So you see how to sharpen that one and how to add value to the customers, like whoever going to hire you, how to scale it. Okay, so just only list whatever you can explain without looking any note or anything. Like even though you're sleeping, someone asks, "Hey, tell me what is requirement gathering? How did you gather?" You should be able to explain without preparing, like 1 minute, 2 minutes, like that. So requirement gathering, like JD session, user story mapping, process mapping, like BRD preparation. So I think I posted 3 or 4 gather requirement with me, like a live session. So you can take a look. You can have because this is very important. You create one checklist. Okay, how can I explain how do I gather requirement? Let's say I get the project. How do I going to gather what techniques I know? You cannot that time you cannot go to AI or YouTube and learn. Hey, can you tell me I have a meeting? How can I ask question? What should I ask? What should I write? You don't need to know, right? You should prepare this one. It's like driving your, like, you should know how to drive in highways. You should know how to drive in commercial areas, right? So you have to prepare those. Then only you can execute this one. So this is very important. That's why I post first. Requirement gathering is a must skills. And BRD. BRD, I told you, right? Many project like a small enhancement, those are not required any big projects. They need BRD, so it doesn't matter the project required BRD or not. I said start a practice the moment you meet with the stakeholders and start a document. Open a document here. Open a document, start writing whatever information you have. So finally, if they ask the BRD, you can just refine this document and send it to them. So use a story when you have this initial draft, like when you have your initial document, right? Resume, sorry, the draft is easy to do a mapping. Okay, so always show to people, whoever you're working, product owner, project manager, business owner, stakeholders, like, hey, these are the features it's coming for this project. Even one user story, two user story, every user story can have two side of this one, right? Happy path, like if customer user provide everything good, and this is what we are going to do. If user don't provide it the way we want, the way system want, which is the exception handling, this is what we're going to do. Sometimes you can write one user story, sometimes you can write two users. So show that process for me. Hey, this is the activity customers doing, users doing. This is what we are going to build, something like that. So acceptance criteria is a definition of top. This will help the testers to validate your whatever you are building, right? So you can use given, when, then, or like you can use validate that or something in simple English. As long as the team understand what you try to explain, you are okay. There's no specific format you should strictly follow. Okay. Next one is like there are the tools, but I would recommend you to use Jira because this is what everyone is looking for. If you know how to work with Jira, this project management tool, you said you have already experienced. That's one more advantage. So these are the skills you can, anyone can learn. Anyone who want to enter to PhD, zero money required, zero time required, like you can learn from your own pace. There are tons of information available. Only thing is not watching videos or reading. You have to do it something, right? You have to write user story. You have to write BRTs. You have to create diagrams. You have to simulate the requirement gathering, right? Like, let's say you don't have an opportunity to gather requirements, right? How do you do this one? Inside your family, right? Maybe like before you go to shopping or before you buy something, if you guys planning to go somewhere, right? Listen to people like who are you working with, parents or your friends. Hey, what should I do this one, right? It's take your phone, open your notepad, listen and write it down and double check with them. Is that what we discuss? Is that what? It's kind of a note taking. That's what listening, right? And documenting. And next time when you are um, meeting them or just saying, hey guys, this is what we discuss. I'm just sending a quick note. What is the key actions? What we need to do. So that's start your practice, right, gathering requirement. It's not, you don't need to have two people or three people sitting on a call, on a table or like on a Zoom call or Teams call and give you, okay, we are building a software. This comes from your day-to-day life also, requirement gathering, listening and documenting, listening, documenting and explaining people. It's kind of connecting bridge, and it's providing order. If you go to McDonald's or KFC somewhere, how the customer service agent is taking your order, right? They will provide you a menu, and you just tell, okay, I need cheese, I need sauce, I need this one. So the person know what they are offering. So you have to know what you are offering, and then only you can customize. Okay, so these things can be practiced without any project.
Yeah.
Okay, so next section, project experience, very, very important. This is what we are going to mainly focus on today. So this is the heart of your resume. Even you are a fresher, you are training, project is your experience. Never leave this section blank. So for each project, clearly mention project overview, your BA role as what documents you create. Avoid technical coding words, focus on BA work. Example, I worked on a customer onboarding application. I gathered requirements from business stakeholders. I created BRD, process flow, wireframes, and user stories. I supported developers and testers during implementation. It sounds like you have some knowledge, right? So if you tell this one, like this four sentence, I work on a customer onboarding application. So you can tell, like it's a simulation project. You can just tell a declaration, right? Can you tell me your project experience? So I had a capstone project, or like I simulated a project onboarding project. I gather requirement from stakeholders and I created BRD. And even if you have, you can show, like you don't need to show, but I'm just telling you, created BRD flow, process flow, wireframe, and user story. So if you use these four words, they know you are like sounds actual BA, right? BRD process flow. If you, they just want to hear these words. And I supported developers and testers during implementing. So this is exactly how you should speak in interviews. Okay. So interviews don't expect perfection. They look for clear thinking, right? They're expecting clear thinking, real examples, confidence, how you sound, right? If you can explain your project step by step, you will pass. These questions come in almost every interview, right? Like, what is a user story, right? What explain BRD? How do you gather requirement? These three, it's just your formula. That's it. Like the skills, five skills I'm showed you, right? These will they repeated. You go any domain, they'll ask, they'll tell, okay, tell me how BA can gather requirement, like create a BRD for a claims in an insurance project. So first, you must know the basic of BRD. You can start with BRD required. I will look for these five answers: project overview and system requirements and who are the stakeholder, whatever we discussed, right? The second, right? So I will look for this knowledge. So you come to then you can start. It comes to insurance. These are the steps user commonly have to follow. You can just explain, okay, user have to enter the policy and see, select the claims they want to type of claims and how much they are deductible or something like that. I'm just talking about my, and I never worked on an insurance project. I'm just telling, okay, whatever my personal experience. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, almost like everyone is talking from their first experience, their personal experience. I mean, everyone, I told you, right? Like everyone graduated, they got the first job. So when everyone is talking their first project, they didn't have their project. Everyone talked or they are going to talk their personal experience so far, right? So you can use many personal experience to explain to the interview. That should be okay. Okay, so let's move on to next one. How to answer an interview question. So we will have a separate session how to answer interview question. So this is just what we should put it in the resume. That's the perspective we are looking on this one. Okay, simple definition. You did I okay. How to answer interview question. Simple definitions. How used it in your project and small example. Never give only theory, right? Like, do not talk about theory, right? Like, when you are talking, your word should create a picture in the other person's mind. Like, talk about. That's why always take the project onboarding. Okay, in the onboarding flow, this is how customer registered, and I had a difficulty. Like, you have to bring that flow in the person's mind, right? So then only it's easy to visualize and they know, okay, this guy knows something. They will continue the discussion. Okay, so we'll do a mock interview tomorrow. Um, so the first main job is writing your resume. Oh, okay, yeah. So first main job is writing your resume. So let's do that one. Okay. One more thing I want to tell you. So after today, you no longer just learning. You don't need to learn BA console. You are kind of an interview ready person. I would say prepare your resume, right? Send it to me and I'll take a look. After then you can start applying. Okay. So then while in the meanwhile you can practice the interview questions. Okay.
Sure. I'll do that.
Okay. So Let's write sample resume. So you can, as other resume, you can write name, your personal detail, and because why I'm asking write this format, it should be easy for the person to copy and paste because they need your phone number and email ID. They need to copy and paste. So if you have LinkedIn, you can put LinkedIn. Uh, LinkedIn. If you have the address or some other thing, you can put your location, but it's not necessary. But if you have a location, write a location, okay, where you are applying, so it's easy. That's it, because when you have your name and they can copy your email and phone number, so that's a copy and format. Okay, so there we go. So here it is the professional summary. Okay, so I would not recommend you to write the professional summary. So you can write business analyst here. Okay, so this is the professional summary section. Instead of write you professional summary, you can write business analyst directly, because this is a keyword. Um, the system can pick also. Whatever the job you are applying, write that job. Okay, so they know you are a business analyst, so that's going to be easy. Okay, so I remove the professional. So this area is the professional summary area, but instead of professional summary title, I'm writing business analyst. Okay, so we are just writing entry level. If you are not a entry level, so you can remove like entry level. Okay, this for beginner. You can write 7 years plus experience, 5 years plus experience. Okay, you have to take care. Like even some people, um, that's how we do, right? Like we start from the banking and we worked. I worked in the bank many years, but I start the business analysis like after 3 4 years operation experience only, right? So that's why when you are writing, you are not writing your entire, when you started whatever job you started, you are not converting those into BA skills, right? So you are writing, let's say, example, I have 7 years experience total in the bank. So I will not write, okay, 7 years experience in the bank, I would write, but if I'm writing BA skills, I will write, okay, only I have 4 years experience as a BA. So write your actual BA experience here. Okay, so to 4 years plus or whatever, 7 years plus, you are working for the company for a long time, but write your actual BA, how many years, right? So yeah. With I don't know why this is coming. With banking domain. So importantly, the first sentence tell itself, it should tell what domain you have experience. So that's give a clear idea to the other person. Hands on experience in requirement. We are just try to feed the reader whatever it's required item only. Requirement gathering, BRD, creation, process flows, and user stories, acceptance criteria, and product backlog refine. Okay, I'll write PBR using a customer onboarding application project. Okay, you see, it's very clear, right? So you are telling what is your experience level. Here replace your experience level, and what domain. You have to include the word domain, and what you have experience, what experience you have, BRD creation, process flow, user story, etc. requirement. Okay, so this is very easy to read and easy to understand. Okay, so now next one, keep your resume 1 or 2 pages only. You don't need to write 5 pages. You're not dumping the knowledge here, you're just saying you're writing a piece of advertisement for you. Okay, so here, okay, so core skills you have, requirement, requirement gathering, business requirement document, BID, process, and context diagrams, and user stories, and acceptance criteria, and product. You can add agile ceremonies if you want, if you have experience. That would be good. Backlog refinement, PBR, and UAT, user acceptance testing support, or UAT support. Okay, so this is more than enough to start as a BA. Okay, so tools, you can, next section, what tools you have experience. So you can write tools, Jira, Confluence, MS Excel definitely, MS Word, we use always PowerPoint, then we use Miro, or like Lucid Chart, or whatever drawing tool, VCO, or whatever you are confident, you can decide. So the main point is project experience. Okay, project experience. So responsibilities. So responsibilities we can add gathered business requirements and from stakeholders for customer onboarding process. Okay, requirements, stakeholders. Okay, the next one, created business requirement document. So you see, we are just repeating the same stuff again and again. So if the software analyzer will come and check the keywords, it's matching here, right? In the summary is there, core skills is there, and your project experience also you have. So repeat the word. The most important words again and again in your resume, so that way your resume is shortlisted. Prepared context diagram and process flow. Identified system inputs, outputs, and business roles. Okay, and wrote user stories with acceptance criteria, supported product backlog, refinement, PBR sessions, worked closely with developers and testers during implementation and assisted in user acceptance testing, UAT. Okay, so you are repeating the same thing. Here you are giving a summary, what you have, and core skills. You are listing all the BA skills required here, and you are giving the tools, what you know, what are the tools you know, and you are listing your project experience. Okay, now you can come to your education. You can list your degree, diploma, whatever your certification. Why it's always yours. Okay, and your mention your college and university there, and if you remember the date, that would be important. Okay, your university name and year of completion. Okay, I will remove this one. Okay, so if you have any certification, so don't worry about certification. If you don't have any certification, you can leave this one. Many college project, they give a capstone project, you can use that one. Okay, so otherwise you can use our project on YouTube. You can, because people are listing from what you learn from LinkedIn, you can something like that. Business Analyst Training 7 days YouTube. Okay, so you can mention onboarding via the user stories, PBR estimation. and estimation. Okay. Okay, it's very simple. Uh, just a format you can use like soft skills, hard skills, computer skills. You don't need to confuse the people. Like they have sometimes they are viewing from a mobile or like a small device, so they just want to see what you are up to. Like what is your experience level, what core skills do you have this one, and what type of project you work. That's it. They just quickly scroll this one, and no one care about. So this should you can add rest of the things, everything in your second page. So the first page should have this one glance. They should see everything. Okay. You have any other question, Ganesh, on the result?
It was pretty much clear.
Okay, I'll save this one. Uh, I'll send it over. Okay, sample BA. So you can format your resume this way. Okay, so if there's no other questions, so let's take our today's quiz. Okay, the first question, what is the main purpose of a BA resume?
Mm, BA theory in detail.
Yeah. So main our purpose is to get shortlisted for an interview,
Okay.
right? That's our
Okay.
primary goal because you are sending the resume like 3 4 months. This is the common frequent asked questions students are telling. We are not getting any call. We are give up. You go to another job. That's what 95% of my student everyone is saying. We are not getting a call. What we should do. Then only they will start looking content on YouTube and everywhere, right? Because why they are not getting call, right? The main job is we need to match the um, primary goal is we don't need to teach the theory, right? Like go to Babel go, like go to some other instructor course. We don't need to tell the theory on your resume. We just match what the company is looking for in the job description and see if those keywords are matching, right? You see in our resume how many times we repeated BRD, 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 right? Isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
So, and how many times we repeated product backlog refinement? In the summary, core skills, right? And the project with 3 or 4 times we repeated, right? So that's the work you have to do. So first main job is to get shortlisted for an interview. That means if you send 10 resume, if someone is replying to you, that means you can test your resume. Your resume is working, right? You can immediately test, right? You can prepare your resume, apply for random 10 15 company. You see if people are responding or getting any message from LinkedIn. So that means you're shortlisted. Your resume is perfectly fine, right? And also, whatever you are updating, you should update in the LinkedIn too. So your resume and LinkedIn should match. Okay, one quick note.
Yeah.
So second one, how long should a fresher BA resume ideally be?
1 2 pages.
Yeah,
one
one,
to
two
two pages.
pages. Yeah, recruiters prefer short, clear, and focused resumes. Okay. Question number three, which section is the most important in a BA resume?
Project experience.
Yes, exactly. So again, I'm saying you don't need to be get a live project. Okay, there are many projects. It's already with you, personal day-to-day project, right? If you are, that's why I asked, do you have an investment bank investment account? So play around with that application. That's your project experience. You can confident, hey, I have a well simple account, and it's pretty much same only. What is the primary goal? Customer create a profile, log in, and they deposit some money from their bank account to the that trading platform, and from the trading platform they buy shares from different companies. That's buying, and when they want to withdraw, they are withdrawing the money. They're selling. These are the two activities, right? Buy and sell in the platform. So first they are doing onboarding, then they are logging, and they bring the money from a bank account, and they trade their money with the different shares. These are the four activities, right? You can be like an expert on that, an SME on that one, right? So project experience, you can put 2, 3 projects in your resume, even as a beginner. Okay. So project experience is very important. What should the BA professional summary include?
Domain-based skills and tools.
Right, that's right. So start with your domain, right? So the summary should quickly show your BA profile. Okay. Question number 5. As a fresher, what can be shown as BA experience?
Training or practice projects.
Exactly. So training projects demonstrate real BA skills. So that's why I chose this onboarding. It's applicable for any platform. Okay. So your onboarding is the main core project. Even you saw in Miro, right? There is a wireframe also. Everything is there. It's free, right? So you just need to spend time and get familiar with those. So question number 6, what should a BA describe project experience in interviews?
Step by step using real examples.
Yes, that's right. Step by step using real exam. Interviews want practical, clear explanations. Okay. Question number 7. When answering interview question, what structure is best?
Definition plus project example.
Yes, that's right. So combining definition and example so understand. So let's say, tell me a situation, gather requirement like with the hard stakeholder, right? So you tell in my onboarding project there were multiple stakeholders. Um, Customer service agent was there. The back office team was there. So the customer service agent manager was talking from their perspective, what are the pain points customer is facing, and the back office agent manager they're talking about what are their pain points when they're analyzing or reviewing the customer profile manually. So what I did, I just asked what is the project goal, what we are trying to do, right? Like when you throw this question, so everyone will provide their answer listed there and just meet finalize the requirement, right? So it's very important when uh, asking when answering an interview question, tell what does mean what they're asking. So the easier way, just repeat the question like that they're asking. Tell me a situation you gather requirement. So you have to repeat the question. That way they know you listen and you are acknowledging their question, right? So I had couple of scenarios. Gather requirements. When I gather requirements, I had many scenarios when I had conflict situation, right? So you repeat that question and you are starting with the project, right? So combination, definition, and example source, you understood the question clearly. So which skill should not be listed unless you can explain it?
Skill should not be listed unless any skill you can't explain basically.
Exactly. Never list skills you can't explain confidently. It doesn't matter you didn't work. If you can explain it, you can list it. Okay. What do interviewers mainly educate in a BA interview?
Clarity, logic, and communication.
Exactly. So clear thinking and communication matter most. So you should sound when you are confident when you are answering your question. Okay. So last question. What is the best way to prepare for BA interviews?
Practicing. Hold on a second. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Practicing project-based scenarios and answers.
Exactly. So practicing real project explanations build confidence. So okay. All right. Okay. That's for today. So we are almost done. We completed everything. So tomorrow we'll take some basic BA question like agile questions, scenario questions. We'll prepare mock interviews, and then that.
And
Yeah.
tomorrow, Jay, is it possible for you to show me the real-time example from your project, like whatever project you are working as of now? There would be having website of that company or of that bank, right? So can you please let me know like what kind of enhancement you have done? Is it possible?
I cannot disclose like live call like what we are working, right? So you can, I can, the experience and the knowledge I'm sharing, the previously I worked on this project, right? So
Okay.
yeah, you can share your screen, like example, you can go to any banking. So if I'm talking about onboarding project, right? So I had work on those. You can go to any banking website. You can see login. What is different? Like I don't know, like what why you want to know, like what I am working, like how I am working, right? So this first you must understand what is the basic, right? So you cannot ask any person, okay, show me your production project in a call, right? So you can navigate like if do you have a personal bank account, online banking account? Yeah. Okay, so log in with that banking, right? You can you can pretty much practice everything what we discussed. So we are not doing anything something different like I try to find answer in any project like a loan project or credit card or debit card or any kind of project. What I should get from the stakeholder. I need answer for this information, right? And I will draft my BRDO like a requirement gathering, and I will have some user story mapping, right? And then I will write the user story and put it in the PPR, and we are done. So there are multiple projects. It's not only you are going to work one project. Your job is follow the process, right? So project A, project B, project C, project D, right? So yeah, if you have any project in mind, like if you have any use cases scenario, yeah, let me know. I can explain you how you can break this part, right? Like how you can create your BRD.
I'll
So
do that tomorrow.
yeah, so all right. Okay, thank you,
Thank you so
Ganesh.
much for your today's time and have a nice weekend, Jay.
Okay, you too. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, bye bye. Take care.
Hi everyone. Welcome to day 7, the most important day of our training. So far, we covered like we already learned how to works, how software works, how to write BRD. We learn on the second day diagrams, user stories, estimation, and recipe. So far, we covered. Okay, so this is pretty much day-to-day BA responsibility. Today is about confidence and practice. So after today, you should feel ready to attend real BA interviews. Okay, so um, the main purpose of this one, uh, attend any interviews, and you should be able to answer confidently and secure the job. So by the end of today, you will experience a real BA mock interview, practice answering common BA questions, learn how to improve your answers, know how to apply for jobs correctly. So let's start. So a mock interview. I'm not sure if you know what is a mock interview. A mock interview is a practice interview. It helps you reduce fear. So let me write down here. What is a mock interview? So this is very important before you go to a main interview. You can practice interview. So this help you um, reduce fear and improve clarity and identify gaps in answers. Mixed tests here are good, better than the real interviews, right? So you can do mistakes here um, before you go to real interview. Okay. So many, and also why mock interviews are important. Many candidates fail interviews not because of knowledge, but because um, let me write down this one too. Uh, why mock? You can practice until you get confident. Okay, why mock interviews are important? Um, Usually, not everyone. Okay, panic. Um, they speak without structure. Let's discuss all in detail. They cannot explain their project. Okay. Uh, Mock interviews fix this problem, so no need to get panic in a real interview. You can speak with structure and you can clearly explain your project in a real interview. Okay, so mock interviews technically fix this all problem. So that's why you have to take as much as mock interviews before you go to a real interview. So interview flow, what to expect? Let me insert one more document. So it's a what to expect. Okay. Uh, you have to ready for your self introduction. Okay. Project explanation and be a concept. So these are the things you have to practice and keep it ready. Scenario questions. Scenario questions. Questions. Questions from candidate. So all the interview they will ask you, do you have any question, even you hired or not rejected or rejected, they will have, do you have any question? So you have to keep it ready, couple of questions like what is the growth opportunity or something like that. Okay, so this is the basic structure you need to prepare. So if you understand this flow, interviews feel easy. Every interviews follow um, this kind of business. So they will ask first to tell me about yourself and tell me your experience of project. Then they will come to the be a consult, like tell me how do you get the requirements, how do you write BRDs, user stories, how do you draw your diagrams, scenario based questions. Okay, tell me developer and the stakeholder they don't agree what you are building. So those kind of scenario. Tell me how do you work on the emergency patch, pull request, how do you triage bugs, how do you handle production issues, something scenario based question. So that's just to test your experience. Okay, these are questions from the candidate. Understand how fascinated about how candidate is fascinated about their company and the work. Okay, sorry. So now let's take a look. First one, self-introduction. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this slide and easy for me. Self-introduction. Your introduction should be 1-2 minutes. Okay, intro will go your. I think yesterday also we discussed your introduction, your background. Okay, your BA, training or knowledge, um, whatever you have certification or like your BA experience, your project, what role you are looking for. So, okay, so if you cover these four, why you are saying your background? Because you might have experience particular domain like mortgage, call center, or credit card, or whatever your background, your education background, or your expertise. And do you have any special certification or your kind of BA foundation and your project and what role you are looking? So for the BAs, there is entry level BA and the next level BA and senior business analyst and the lead level BA, right? So we have three categories: entry level, um, next step is the BA, right, and senior BA and lead BA and BSA. So there are different type of BA roles are there. So you have to regulatory BA, vanilla BA. So you have to mention which role you are applying. Okay. So this don't one thing to avoid, never give your personal stories. Example, I complete my studies. Don't start from I completed my study, I did this one, I did volunteering. Just tell what the employer want to hear. Okay, we can try one example. I am a business analyst with banking domain knowledge. So maybe I can write it down. I am a banking knowledge. I worked on a customer onboarding application where I gathered requirements, created BRD, process flow, and user stories. I am now looking for an entry LBA role. Okay, not a BRD, so it's okay. Okay, so let's say you are coming from healthcare or customer call center. You don't have this experience mentioned. Okay, so mention your current experience. I'm a project specialist, customer care specialist, Um, I have experience in simulated project, or like a capture project, customer onboarding application, where I um, have hands-on practice gathering requirement, writing BRDs and process flow and user story. So now I'm looking for. So this sentence can change based on most of the case first time if you are applying. So you can change the sentence. So you can tell your current experience. So if you are currently working in a restaurant, you are working in a customer care, or like you are working in a bank or anywhere. So tell how many years you have experience, and you can take it from there. Okay, so this portion you can practice from our video, right? So why onboarding is important? All the application there is onboarding, right? So customer must register to take a service. Some application take guest service, but most applications required customer profile should be created. So it doesn't matter which application you are going to work, healthcare, banking or finance or gaming, entertainment, any domain, onboarding is there. So you can use this our learning and practice many use cases. Okay, and you can include in your portfolio. So next, from this one, explaining your project. Okay, so when asked about your project, start with a business problem. Okay, start with business problem. Explain solution. Okay, and explain your BA role and mention documents created. Again, um, so if you are first time, you don't have your BA role, so you can skip this one. You can mention this was a simulated project training. So you can explain this on your project experience. So that's why uh, you have to add many different portfolios, different use cases, not only the banking. So you can study different bank login and registration. So you can tell I have experience, hands-on experience, 5 different banks, onboarding flows, something like that. So you can explain um, more detail. The common BRD, sorry, the common BA interview questions. Some questions come in every interview, so you have to prepare. We'll discuss uh, interview question in a while. Um, so we are going first, but I have to mention these interview questions. What what is a BRD? What is the difference between FRD, FRS? Those kind of questions. So you have to be prepared for that one. User story. How do you write user story? Uh, difference between BRD and FRD or user story. What is the difference? When do you write? How do you gather requirements? Okay. Answering your own. So use your onboarding project to answer this question. So how to answer to this question? So your structure is use this structure. How to answer BA questions. You can use this structure. Number one, simple definition. What is this BRD? Simple definition of they're asking how you use it. Small example. Do not memorize the definition, so it should flow naturally. Okay. So if they ask about the BRD, just provide a simple definition. When to use, why it's important. Talk about the advantage, right? Uh, Avoid confusions and um, proper planning. So talk about BRDs, why it's important, and when do you use it, right? How do you use it? This one. So you use the BRD um, initial discussion of requirement gathering with stakeholders. Um, Explain the BRD, the requirements, what you are going to build to stakeholders, and also when you're talking about user story estimation. So uh, to explain the entire project with the team, developers and testers, so that testers can come up with scenarios. Developers understand the whole picture. You use the BRDs during your PBR meeting. So small example, um, your onboarding project. First, document you created a BRD. Um, what are the requirements for the system? What is the scope? What is the out of scope? Is there any dependency? Who are the stakeholders? So you listed everything and you did a user story mapping. Then you created the user story. BRD help me create diagrams, right? So this is a simple definition. What is BRD? Like you don't need to explain what is BRD. Talk about the advantage or benefit of having a BRD ready for any project. Okay. Then how you use it technically to clarify requirement, right? Clarify requirement, uh, and also some project like a stakeholder will tell something today and next month they will tell something, right? So to get a sign up on the requirement, right? You can send the BRD and get approved by. So kind of you can avoid scope creeping, right? And alignment. So you know this is what we are going to build and it won't change. So you can have a version control if anything changes, right? How talk about the benefit, all the things are like that only. When do you use simple definition of, I would say, rather than tell the technical thing, explanation of this item, talk about the benefit or advantage, why we use and how you use it, right? Mainly like all of this one, clarify requirements, right? So small example, your onboarding. So next one, scenario based questions. So here you have to follow some strategies. Okay, I can duplicate this one, right? Scenario-based questions. Um, Scenario question test your thinking, right? What you will do if business and developer disagree, right? These are the scenario-based questions. Answer calmly. Okay, so if you never faced these situations, so that's why you have to um, take as much of as mock interviews, understand this one because uh, we don't know like what type of scenario question will be asked, right? So um, you have to prepare commonly asked question. So follow this one step. Listen carefully. Always answer is there in the question. Clarify, document, and find. So listen, clarify, uh, document, find solution. Right? What I'm saying here, main we'll discuss about scenario-based question. So listen, clarify, document, find a solution, uh, find out this answer, right? So what is the question they're asking? Like, okay, what but stakeholders are disagree. Okay, so that's you listen and clarify, right? So you use, let's say, two stakeholders not agree. So you have to use the word listen. I will listen to the customer service agent. I will use to the back office agent. I'll ask both the parties why you were saying this is important than this one. So that's the clarification. And then document, okay? You can write down, okay, this is the requirement from the stakeholder one, stakeholder two, and one find a solution. So we have to build the application, what customer is required, what you from the user perspective. They might talking about the pain points, their side, right? So you have to come up there, say, hey, would it be better if we do this way because this is easy to navigate, easy to access for the user. So if you show them the solution, if you clarify the solution, they will agree. So that's how you can answer to like a scenario-based question. Uh, Anything come up, right? So first you use the word listen, clarify, and document, and find solution. Next, very importantly, duplicate common mistakes to avoid. Um, Saying I don't know what explanation, giving long theoretical answer, blaming others, speaking too fast. Okay. Uh, okay. So here I'll write down saying I don't know. Sorry. So never say I don't know. If you not sure, you can tell I'm a fast learner. Um, I have done similar type of projects or work. I can learn very quickly. Okay, that's a good answer. Instead of we say I don't have production experience. I never work on a team. Just everything. A job skill is learnable, trainable. Okay, so you don't need to say I don't have this experience always. And also, if they ask why you are leaving the current job, and never ever blame your current employer. Okay, so that's why good. Blaming others, it's not good. You will be rejected. Okay, speaking too fast. Clarity is important. Confidence matter than English. Okay, so they're not checking your grammar. How do you speak? Yes, communication is required. Communication skills is required, but clarity, right? Speak confidently. That should be okay. Okay, so now let's start some mock interview questions. So from this one, like you can prepare a list of questions, commonly asked question. You can ask your roommate, you can ask your partner, you can, if two friends preparing for BA interviews, you can just not in the face to face same room, so maybe over the telephone, give your questions and answer to the person, tell him to ask randomly choose any question, and you try to explain without memorizing. Yeah, you have to have a practice, so don't look at anything. uh, like we talk about the structure, right? So using the structure, try to answer. If you can record your explanation, so listen to that call, so you can judge how did you do. So come up with another 10 questions, right? Find a friend, even though he's not practicing, just ask someone, your parents or brother or cousin, anyone, to do a mock interview, right? Like you can ask, hey, would you mind asking this question over the phone? Even you are in the same house, you can go upstairs or downstairs and somewhere and make a call, ask him to call you like a real interview. So this way, the more you simulated the real interview, and you get more confident because you are doing first time, right? After you graduation or you are switching careers, you know, you are kind of um, how do you say, excited, um, curious, and nervous, right? You name it, everything, right? So the more you practice the real interview, it's very easy. Like you can find a family member, you can find a friend, prepare the answer and question, hand it out to them during the weekend. Just take 30 minutes and ask this question, record it, you listen it, and see, you give your own feedback. You guys can contact me over LinkedIn. So I can listen to your interview calls, right? Like your mock interview calls, I can give you feedback. So you can take it from there. Okay. Feedback is important. So you will have clear idea. So job application strategy, always do not apply randomly. Let me write down this one too, so that number of application is not matter. Uh, so job application. Okay, updated resume. So resume, you can write your name. Okay, so J BA resume BA, and you can have the date, right? You can have the date. So you have a version control, something like that, right? So, or if you know the company or where you're applying, you can use that uh, as your saving. Customize keyword. So so always look at the job description and see required skills. So based on that, you might have that, you already have that skills, but you didn't specifically mention, right? So let's say they're asking Visio. So you never worked on Visio, you worked on Miro, you worked on Draw.io, some other Lucid chart. So they are saying Visio is required. It's worth it to have a free trial or something because the diagramming is going to be same only. So you know how to create context diagram, flow diagram? Is it matter like you cannot write? Okay, you can write. I have Miro experience. Using Miro, I created diagram. So you can take a quick trial, get understand free version. So you can include in your resume. So that's why you have to uh, make sure you match your resume keywords with the job description. Otherwise, it won't pick up. Remember, our first goal is your resume should shortlisted. If your resume is shortlisted, then only the next process will start. And also, don't simply apply non-relevant job, right? Apply to the relevant BA roles. Track application. How to track applications? So this, I don't know if you are technical, uh, if you are if your job role, if you are want to be a BSA, Wisdom System Application Analyst, oh yeah, there are technical BAs like backend BAs, like backend developers, pure technical backend development, data migration project. You should need a database knowledge. Don't worry, like if I mention everyone is get confused now. Should everyone know the database? Not required, not necessarily. Um, but if your job description requires SQL and if you are already practicing, so you can use a database, right? Like you can insert record example. Uh, I'm not sure still I have. So you can create a record in your database. You can, I don't have any database created. So you can simply download a SQL browser for SQLite or like any database. Uh, you can insert record here. So you can create a table, company name, and which day you applied, what date. So this way you are practicing SQL also, right? So you don't need to separately memorize or anything. So you are practicing SQL. So you won't forget it. That's one way. If you are not using SQL, not going to use SQL or you don't have experience SQL, use your Excel sheet, right? Save, create a table, date wise, which company you applied, when applied, is there any contact? Like if you have a resume, you upload the resume here. Um, so you can kind of control. The more you control, the more you track your number, you get motivated. Otherwise, it's like uh, you're something new, right? Like let's say you buy a t-shirt or some cloth or shoe. One day, first day is good, second day is good, first week is good, next 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, then it's gone. Excitement is gone. So you look for another new one, right? So we are all human beings, we have all the same nature. So we easily lost track, distract with something else. If you see something new, you have to think everything is new when you started, right? So how do you maintain the same level of motivation to achieve the goal, right? That's why tracking and visualization is very important. That's why I'm telling quantity is not important, right? Like you don't need to tell 1,000, 5,000 resume, automating resume, right? So you can track like keep a target 5 resumes per day. Morning you will send 3. Before you go to bed, you'll set another 2 or 3. That's it. So just how many minutes it take? 15 minutes. 15 minutes in the evening, 15 minutes in the morning. Read the job description, see if your resume is matching with the current job requirement. If not, update, or you need time to learn that skills. Okay, hold on to that company, quickly learn and come back and apply. Update your resume and apply, right? So that's how you can apply effectively. Your main job is not getting the job, your resume is shortlisted. So once your resume is shortlisted, you are getting calls, mean your formula is working. So now your next level is getting the next level round of interview. So once you get 10, 15 next round of call, your next goal is secure the job. So take a step. Don't target straight away the job. Just step by step. Small goal will give you quick win. You will be motivated. Sorry. So have a continuous plan even after training. Um, Practice answers daily. Revise your project to keep learning. Uh, Continuous learning and practicing is very important. Make a small uh, roadmap, right? I can provide you a roadmap for 90 days. Applying a security job will take 90 days at least, right? So I can provide you a roadmap, like what actions you need to do. Just spend 30 minutes every day. 30 minutes been weekly, 3.5 hours, like 5 hours if you can spend. That's more than enough to get a job next 30 days. Sorry, next 90 days. If you can put more hours, you can speed up the process if you put more hours, right? So the more hours you put, the more you can get the result quickly. So the problem is when you are doing by yourself, you will lose track, right? You will get demotivated and you will start something else. So the important is hold accountability yourself. So that's why you have to have your small goals, quick wins, and you feel confident. Okay, if you achieve this one, okay, you should reward. So anyone can contact me from LinkedIn. I can listen to your calls. I can take a look at your recipes. Feel free to contact me through LinkedIn. I can help you with that. Okay. So now you are kind of job ready, not perfect, but prepared. Confidence comes from clarity, as I mentioned, attend interviews, learn from rejections, and improve. So now your BA journey has started. Congratulations, everyone. Okay. So in 7 days, you learn, let me recap, 7 days, you learn software basics, um, BRD diagrams, and user story and resume and interviews. Okay. Now it's your turn to take action. Yesterday, Ganesh was asking if I can share my project experience and any application I'm working currently. So I think this is the best example we can use. There is a 10-hour video, guys, okay, here. So this is kind of, I'm currently like most of the project I'm supporting backend projects. So this is a good example if someone wants to be a technical business analyst, right? So I don't, I had worked with front end projects. So mostly I'm working like data migration, those kind of project. So it's all backend. So this is a I'll put it in the chat. So this is functional business analyst training. So it's already in our YouTube channels. You can take a look here. You see, uh, kind of have an end-to-end roadmap here: introduction, business analyst, and requirement. And again, guys, so this is kind of technical. So, um, but it's breakdown from the front end. So you have to watch the basic. It's pretty lengthy. Like you can ask the AI, get a summary if you are bored to watch, or like you can quick fast forward. And you have, I guess, I don't remember. You have a summary. 10 questions and some interview questions also there, if I'm not wrong. And otherwise, there is a playlist of this separate section. So what I'm covering here, um, front end. So you can see a real example. Let me fast forward and see. So you can actually, sorry. So here you can follow the same thing. Okay, so we are writing use case. So you see this the application I build using Python. So there is a always application front end, and if I'm not wrong, so you see there is interview question also discussed. So how the data is coming from front end, and we write user story and we do the diagram and we store it into the database. So all the concepts are covered here. So this um, pretty much end-to-end backend project I'm working. So this is good one if you want to learn backend stuff. So this is the code. And okay, so I think I'm using here loan domain. So if someone need more information, practice about a loan project, you can use this one. Okay, so the good thing already there is I didn't cover about UAT and bug tracking, so you can watch this one because there might be question about how do you help the UAT. So there is a section for the UAT, and you can watch this one. Okay, and here also we have resume. So these are technical business analyst one, but no harm. You can because yesterday Ganesh was asking if I can share. It's already there on our channel. So this is the database. How do we save and everything? Okay. There is front end also. From the front end, how to integrate and especially interviews can ask about APIs, right? API, have you participated API testing? So there is section um, using Postman, how you can test APIs, right? Vendor integration, third party application integration with your current system, and modern development required microservice knowledge. Um, so REST APIs, data mapping. So this is what pretty much I'm doing. So take a look if you are interested. Okay, so that's it. So now let's take some questions from our. So today we don't have any MCQs. So I kind of divided like 5 rounds. One is HR round, um, BA knowledge. So each round will discuss like what the top 5 questions and answer. So if someone need this link, ask me, message me. I can send you the link. I can send you the question. Otherwise, you can stop the video and you can copy or you can get a transcript so that you have this question. Okay. Um, in real companies, interviews happen in multiple rounds, not one. Each round checks a different skill. Today, we'll practice 4 common interview rounds. For each round, we'll use our onboarding project for answer. So first, we'll take some question on HR round. So tell me about yourself. So over the phone, this is the first very thing you have to say, right? I'm a business analyst. I'm a customer service banking with. Oh, I am a restaurant helper. I'm a kitchen helper. Something, whatever you are currently working, and make sure it match with the job you are applying. Let's say you are working on a restaurant and you are not talking about your cooking experience. So maybe if you are attending telephone and if you are taking order, you are a cashier, kind of you tell customer service or kind of use a word which match with the BA skill set. Okay. Um, so this is pretty much you can customer onboarding. Like if you don't have experience, I'm not sure at this point anyone have experience. So you can use your documentation skills. So if you are working as admin, clerk, or anything, everywhere you handle experience, everywhere you document something, right? All the companies. It doesn't matter any job you are working. So you at least you note down something and at least you make entry on a computer, right? So you can use those as your skills when you are introducing you, okay? And pretty much in the channel, like I have three 10-hour. This is going to be, I will be uploading this recording also. So I have 10-hour, three videos. So there is one basic video also previously uploaded. You can watch that one. So pretty much you have, I think every time 300, I think 300 MCQ questions, right? So the previous video also, this one, 100 MCQs each section, uh, 10, and the current video I'm going to upload 10, so 10 into 10, another 100, 200, and previous video 300 MCQs, and pretty much like every video you have question, right? At least 50 or 70 interview questions are there already. You can practice, okay? So why do you want to be a business analyst, right? So you can, why do you want actually? So you can kind of come up with this answer. You have truly passionate. I enjoy understanding, talking to business stakeholder, business problem, solving business problem using analysis, right? Converting them into clear requirements. In my onboarding project, I work. So tell why and talk about the project. Give example. What project have you worked on? I'll read it out in case if you want this one. I enjoyed understanding business problems and converting them into clear requirements in my onboarding project. I work closely with business needs and technical teams, which confirm my interest in the bureau. So, what you can do when I ask this, read this question, stop the video and write an answer by yourself and see if some it doesn't need to be matched with my answer. Okay, so can you answer to this question? That's very important. So next question is, what project have you worked on? Okay, stop the video and please come up with answer. So something like that. I worked on a customer onboarding application used to register new customers digitally and verify their information. So if you want to see uh, how you collect the data from front end, how do you write user story, this video is good. We have all the front end fundamental, we have all the back end fundamentals, basics covered, and how the data is stored, uh, how this data sent to a third party, and how the logic works, and what is the output we are displaying. So everything is end to end is there in this video. So you can take a look. What tools have you used? I use Jira for user stories, Excel for requirement tracking, Word, BRD, and Row, Lucidchart, Miro for process flow. Okay, and you can mention Confluence. So I didn't talk about Confluence, but some other videos are there. Get the requirement with me sessions. We are talking about Confluence, so it's like similar like Jira. Okay, are you comfortable working with stakeholders? Yes, in my onboarding project, I interacted with business users to understand registration rules and validation requirements. So these are over the phone. Immediately there are some other questions, but we are just covering basic questions, so you can come up with these questions. Okay, make sure at least you prepare for these 5 questions. So take a look in other videos also. I'm kind of talking about different questions, so you can mix match and select your questions for practice. Okay, be a fundamental. Uh, this pretty much in asking technical round with your hiring manager. So what is a BRD? Have you written a BRD, right? A BRD document business needs, scope, rules in my onboarding project, right? So you are not giving a theoretical response here. You are just telling with your project experience. Okay, click explanation or advantage here. So you are talking about the advantage why we import. You are not telling what is at BRD. Avoid telling what is at BRD. That's what I mentioned before. Talk about that items like what advantage or benefit and your scenario. Okay, you use to explain rules and scope to business. You use in onboarding project capture customer registration record. Difference between BRD and user story: BRD capture high level business record while user story break those records into small development ready items. I created both for onboarding applications. So agile, BRD is for like waterfall, but even though you are working agile, but it's a good practice to capture in a BRD. But a small enhancement you don't need, but at least document somewhere like a Confluence or Word document. It's important. You don't need to mention it's a BRD, but initially you should have Excel or something to document. Okay, so that way it's easy. What is a user story? User story describes requirement from the user perspective. For example, um, so you can use this one. What is the acceptance criteria? It's a definition of done. Define when a story is complete for onboarding. One criteria was given valid details when users submit form. The account is created. How do you gather requirements? So this very important, very this question, 100% I'm sure every interview they're asking. I gather record through stakeholder discussions, understanding current process, asking why and document inputs and output rules. So I have three videos minor from JD session process mapping, um, stakeholder discussion. So gather requirements with me series. So take a look for more details. Okay. Next round, I would say practical round. Here, this practical round. What if business change requirement mid-sprint? Scope creeping. So they prepare for this question. 100% this question is asked. I would discuss impact with the team and update user story and reprioritize with the product owner, right? You have to see what is required for the release. What if a developer says requirement is not clear? I would clarify with business and update acceptance criteria, explain the requirement again. Okay. What if tester finds a gap during UAT? I would analyze whether it's a missed requirement or defect and update the documentation accordingly. What if stakeholder and developer disagree? So these are all scenario-based questions. I would facilitate discussion, explain business intent, and help reach a common solution. How do you handle unclear requirements? I ask questions, create assumptions, validate with stakeholder, and document clearly. So these are project-related questions. Explain your onboarding projects end to end. The application allow customer to register online, capture details, validate, create account. I work, be a handling record. So here we are only this crash course. We only discuss about the theoretical part, but again, you can see the actual application. We are collecting information and it's go through a backend and come back to the front end. So if you want to see the actual flow, watch this one. Okay, what inputs did you capture? Okay, so name, email, phone number, ID, and address. Again, if you want to see how do you collect in the UI and how do you write user story, go back to that video. Okay, what business rules did you define? Mandatory fields, age, you can mention the field. Okay, what integration were involved? Credit check for identity verification API. So there's this section here, integration, vendor integration day 6. So you can watch this one. How how did you support UAT? Help testers understand requirement, validate test cases, and so there will be some question related testing. You are not a tester, but how do you help the tester? So there is a dedicated um, section for the defects testing life cycle. What is testing? What is UAT? How do you support as a BA? So you can watch this one too. Okay, um, that's pretty much. And one more thing. Um, I don't know. It's sometime it may ask, but as long as you explain clearly, you should be good. But I thought maybe I'll discuss with you. Star method interview question, right? Like, I don't know if they ask, tell me the answer in star method, but you can prepare this way so you are prepared. Okay. So tell me about what time you handle unclear requirement. So star stand for situation, task, action, and what is the result. Okay, so let's go the situation. The onboarding project business requirement were not clearly defined for mandatory fields. My task was clarify, document correct requirements. An action, I spoke with stakeholders, asked clarifying questions, created draft process flow, and validate it with the team. Requirements become clear and development proceed without rework. Okay, so again, ask this question and don't look at this answer. Okay, so write one line for situation, one line for task, action. Maybe first one you can train. Let's do the second question. Describe a situation where business and developer are disagree. So give few seconds and come back and see if you can write something. Okay, situation during onboarding, developers want to simply validation rules, but business needs strict checks. Uh, Needed strict checks. Okay, so task I had to align both teams. I explained business impact to developers and technical limitation to business, then propose a balance rule. So see if you can come up with a result. Both teams agreed, and the solution met business needs without delay. Okay. Question number three, give an example of how you supported testing or UAT. Okay, so don't look at the answer, write all four and see if you have something similar. During UAT, testers found missing validation in the onboarding form. I need to identify whether it was a defect or missed requirement. I reviewed the BRD and user story, discuss with the business, and update the acceptance criteria. The issue was fixed quickly and UAT was completed successfully. Question number four, tell me about time you manage a requirement change. Scope creeping. Pretty much asking every interview question. So this is a good interview question. You can write yourself by yourself and see if you have something like this. Okay. Uh, where is the answer? Let's see. So mid-sprint business request additional document upload in onboarding. I needed to assess impact and update requirement. I discussed impact with the team, updated the user story, reprioritized with the product owner. The change was planned for the next sprint without disrupting the delivery. Final question. Describe a time you worked with stakeholders. Multiple stakeholders had different expectations for the onboarding. Always, every project pretty much the same. My responsibility was to capture and align requirements. I conducted separate discussions and documented common needs and validate requirements in a joint session. Stakeholders aligned on requirements, reducing confusion and rework. Okay, I think that's it. Our entire session. Um, so good luck, everyone. Keep on practicing. Stay connected. So if you want request, if you like this type of content, so if you can hit the subscribe button, that would be really appreciated. And hit the like button too if you like this one. And you can ask me like any question. So again, if you need any feedback, connect with me, message me on LinkedIn, and I can listen to your interview calls and I can take a look at your resumes and I can provide you feedback. Okay. Thank you everyone and have a good day and good luck.